And we are live. Hello, everyone, to the Alien Space stream. If you're watching from anywhere around the country or the world, I really appreciate it. And coming to you from Spaceship Studios from a galaxy far, far away. And now we are here. And also, we're getting into deep dive of the UFO files. And the new batch has been released, so we're going to read through them. And here we go. So, going to this one right here. And let's see. Nice to see everybody. Okay, let's probably put it more like this. Okay. Hello, Richard. Hello, Saw Girl and Mermaid and everyone else. I'm glad to have y'all here. Thank you for uh, being here. Okay. Hello, Lori Loves Jesus. Hello, Rebecca. So Mermaid says two helicopters collided and ended, and a smart car dealership exploded along with 18 to 20 cars. Wow, that is terrible. 6 people, including YouTuber from Brazil and Oliver Tree, were identified as horrible, probably worst anything ever happened this year. Yeah. Shot the bubbles in the background. He's wonderful, died 32, and there's Oliver Tree, who died in a helicopter crash this morning. Okay. So before we get into the UFO files, we're going to see what the buzz is all about here. Okay, so on June 14, hello Moki, it's great to see you. Welcome to the stream. On June 14, 2026, a tragic. Oh, hello Roman, great to see you. On June 14, 2026, a tragic Mindar collider involving 2 helicopters occurred over Rio, Brazil, deleting 6 people on board. Following the impact, the wreckage plummeted into the park lot of BYD Electronic Vehicle dealership located in the west suburb, igniting an intense fire that engulfed approximately 20 cars. Key details of the incident. The crash site. The craft came down. The aircraft came down and at the electric car dealership, rather than a smart car dealership, that ensured that the fire was heavily intensified by vehicles lithium-ion batteries, which require 3 to 4 times the normal amount of water firefighters to fully extinguish. Casualties. All 6 people aboard the 2 aircraft were deleted. One helicopter was carrying 5 people, while the second helicopter carried only its pilot. No casualties were reported among employees at the dealership or pedestrians on the ground. Notable individuals involved. According to aviation passengers, manifests provided by the police, prominent figures on board include American singer Oliver Tree, Argentina YouTuber, content creator Gasper Prim, known as Gaspy, Brazilian music producer, and Argentinian video director. All right, I believe Oliver Tree was making a music video, but I'm not sure. Okay, thanks. an investigator's status in Rio in the helicopter. Okay, free department and authorities have launched official investigation into the exact cause of the collision. Okay, so yeah, that is horrible that that occurred. Rest in peace, and yeah, that is probably one of the craziest things to happen this year. That one of the most tragic things that happened. Okay, and now we're going to get into these files. You're welcome, mermaid. And it's definitely I can understand why your heart's demolished. It's truly a demolishing thing. Okay. Let's see if this cat wants something. All right, now let's go into the files. Yes, I agree. Everyone run the Jesus life ends too quickly. Yeah, I agree. All right, so this one is a never before released July 2008 report on the UFO sighting at the Harare International Airport. Individuals debated if the sighting was an advanced reconnaissance device or a foreign government or extraterrestrial origins. Okay. Okay, Washington D.C. to the White House. White House Situation Room, Washington D.C. A couple of different things. Okay, so Redacted was reporting from Zimbabwe regarding an unidentified object hovering at the altitude over Harare International Airport. This subject was observed possibly by both radar and optical means in the skies above Harare during the afternoon of July 2, 2008. And Redacted indicated that the object hovered at the intermediate altitude directly over the Harare Airport. At one point during the observation, beams were observed emanating from the object. Redacted individuals who were aware of the incident had debated whether the object was. Right, Lori loves Jesus said, just read 12 unalived after a plane carrying skydivers crashed. Sad day. Yes, rest in peace to those individuals in that situation. Amen. Life is very short. That's why I say it's best to live each day as if it were the last day of your life. And that is why it is important to, you never know what tomorrow may bring. So that's why you never know what could happen. Yeah. And you see, when I was little, I didn't like airplanes because the concept of, and that happened in the state of Missouri, I think, and in Missouri. And that crash that, I always thought like if an airplane had a problem, You would just fall out the sky and that's it. But of course, I flew on airplanes later on. I always like when I was little at first, I like airplane didn't sound like a good idea, although it's sometimes people it needs to be done. But because if an airplane is a problem, it's pretty much a bad situation. Although car crashes happen, and they're trying to tell me that car crashes are more frequent, which is true. But if you, I was like thinking about if something happened, you're on the ground, it's better than if you're in the air. Like, but anyway, it's still pretty cool to fly airplanes to places, but accidents can still happen. And individuals redacted who were aware of the incident had debated whether the object was advanced and reconnaissance device belonging to foreign government reconnaissance devices belonging to them or whether the object was unidentified flying object or the extraterrestrial origins. According to the observers redacted the object was a disc-like in shape with a hollow center and had a series of rotating lights on the underside of the airframe. After a period under observation from the ground, rotating lights under the object shifted. Colors and objects quickly ascended to higher altitudes out of visual range regarding of the origins of this incident. Okay, so that is one right there. Let's see this one. All right, so the incident that Lori Loves just talked about uh, is June 14, 2026. The devastating aviation accident occurred in skydiving plane crash near Butler Memorial Airport, Butler, Missouri, resulting in the deaths of all 12 people on board. Victims that and fatalities include 11 skydivers and one pilot. Reporters incident that 9 of the passengers were experienced skydivers while 2 were practicing in Jandon jumps. Flight. The single-engine turboprop aircraft in Pacific Aerospace P750 was operated skydive Kansas City. The plane crashed approximately 11:30 a.m. local time shortly after takeoff. Acting airport manager Dennis Jacobs noted that the aircraft was. Oh yeah, absolutely, Roman, definitely. Dennis Jacobs noted that the aircraft was only about 100 feet in the air and falling again to gain altitude with the pilot made a sharp left turn, likely attempting an emergency landing on a nearby road. Ground scene, the plane stalled and crashed inside the airport perimeter and immediately burst into flames. Heartbreakingly, several loved ones of the passengers are watching from the ground, witnesses of the accident. Local authorities state that the weather did not seem to be a factor. Both Federal Aviation, FAA, and NTSB have launched investigations into exact cause of the crash. It's another crash, so thanks, chat, for that information. It's very horrible that that occurred. Okay. All right, next file on the list is this file contains evaluation study of the phenomenon. Flying saucers prepared for the request of the plans and operation divisions of General Staff, U.S. Army. to determine if the origins could be traced to natural phenomena or the activities of foreign powers. Let's see. Oh, okay, understood, mermaid. Yeah. Well, I I hear you, and it's all in God's hands. But I uh, would would hope people would understand the truth about that mermaid, and we will whatever God decides is up to Him. But I do hear you, and it's important to be saved. Being saved is the most important thing to be. And if people aren't, it puts people in a situation where on thin ice, so to speak, uh, where people go, or it would be questionable where people would go. I hear you, Married. That's unfortunate. And one conversations with the chief of North and Office revealed that PNG has not received any evaluation of the flying saucer type of the phenomenon. North feels that the P and O themselves, in the particular, have direct interest in this phenomenon because until it is properly evaluated, a possibility exists that this phenomenon may have foreign implication. Hello, Lizard. He said we have an event soon that is the only national reason our most secretive intelligence agency would share this with something is coming. That makes sense. Thank you for your take on this, Lizard. See, the intelligence group suggests that the division requested ID make study of this whole subject insofar as participants in the continual US ID will properly coordinate their efforts with this matter. Reference in the following reads that Kurland chief, requests that the evaluation study of the phenomenon referred to the above insofar. Okay, I read that. Well, I didn't reread something and just something with the same information on it. Evaluation study was prepared for. Okay, well, this is just more clear, so we're gonna read it anyway, even if they may have said the same thing. Okay, evaluation study was prepared at the request of P and Q to determine if the various reports of the subject, which is the UFO. Oh yeah, lizard is very exciting indeed. Of the subject stemmed from natural phenomena, or if the origin could be traced definitely to the activities of the foreign power. ID is to keep P, Q, and O informed if future development in the field are variants with the evaluation placed in the study. All right. Evaluation of the study of phenomena. Detailed investigations of all the incidents reported to involve unusual flying objects during the period of June 1946 to date have been conduited by the Special Project group of headquarters of the Air Material Command, Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, Ohio. Containing efforts of this project are directed toward establishing the identity of each unusual object reported, single or seemingly related, in incidents which appear to involve objects that might be represented as unusual man-made device are actively fully explored by the AMC project personnel and other specialities, such as those of the RAND Corporation, formerly Project Rand. All right, some of the 210 incidents, approximately 20 to 20 per count, or no, 20%, have been explained. The majority of these involved misidentifications of the symphonic weather balloons. Others involved observations of airborne cosmic ray research equipment. And let's see, Lowly's meteors, and one instance of the daylight observation of the planet Venus. Only two reported and incidents were determined to have been a hoax. To date, there has been no tangible evidence which would support a theory that the incidents are attributable to activity of a foreign nation. There are no highly secret experimental projects of the U.S. government that could be responsible. Possibilities of the foreign devices would represent achievements which defy many well-defined limits in aerospace science. So unless they're able to defy physics, it couldn't be from another country. The Air Material Command of the USAF is continuing investigations of each unexplained incident. In addition, they are utilizing the consulting services of the number of agencies and specialists. Results are reviewed by continuing bases used formulating probable explanations for sightings that still lack positive identification. Moki says, Lizard, there are rumors that something will happen during the World Cup. And Pussycat says, hey, it's 1:30 here, been watching planes for 2 hours in Stranger's Garden where my cat moved. I got word today he is sick, so waiting on him showing up to give him food and meds and try to get him. Okay, well, hope everything goes well with that. And thank you for updating us, Pussycat, on what's going on. Oh, it's 1:31 and lots of moving stars. Oh, that certainly is a pretty sight to see. And Moki's watching the Stanley Cup. Okay. The ID feels that if complete data were yes, yeah, hope the fur baby feels better. The ID feels that if complete data were available, the remaining 80% of the reported sightings could be eliminated as due to the meteorological phenomena or domestic weather balloons of the like. The larger number of the actual reported unidentified objects. Oh, you said alien. There's supposedly reference to a base on the dark side of the moon in one of the audio files. Oh, okay, thanks. Illuminated in natural meteorological phenomena or domestic rather than weather balloons, and like a large number of actual reports identified objects is thought to primarily due to the publicity given to flying saucers and the public print in the official circles. All right, the Department of War released audio on June 12, 2026 as part of the classified anonymous phenomena files. The 55-minute briefing features NASA scientists and officials viewing data from Apollo 16 mission. Conversation focuses on anomalies on the lunar side, the dark side of the moon. Locations. The scientists were discussing the great big hole near the Van de Graaff crater, a region known for unusual magnetic and geological features. The quote. One of the speakers states that the backside of the moon around Van de Graaff, that's where we get our big hole. Base mention. Immediately after the speaker adds it could be an alien star base or something. Anyway, the next slide shows the front of the moon. So they speculated that it could be some alien star base. Okay, here. Okay, and now going over here. Documents of this form. Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate it. Yes, yeah, it's a speculation, but in reality, it is. Let's see. All right, so we're going to be listening to, and shout out to Jethro for giving us the name of the file. So we're going to be looking at this video now. Okay, and let's want real proof. Yeah. Well, this is the thing, Saw, is a lot of times they're not going to tell people exactly what really is going on. They're going to just tell people what they, you know, other things that they want to, like, not like what really is happening, but they're going to say, oh, it's speculation when it's actually real. So, yeah. All right, so here we go. We're about to watch it. I like the profile pic you have, Jethro. It's a nice purple and blue universe looking. Okay, here we go. Thank you, Saw. And Moki says, I'm seeing that the president has okayed releasing pictures and videos of biologics. Oh, okay. I'm excited for that. Well, shout out to him. I'm glad that he's releasing this stuff. Here we go.
Again, the areas in.
This is going to be 55 minutes, and this is about them talking about the moon. It's on the other side of the moon. Okay.
Black are the total area covered, which we obtained from the mission, and the areas in red are the pieces which we missed due to the deletion of the plane change and the day early return. This little piece down here was a oblique pass which we had planned with the pan camera. Would have taken place on Rev 72 in order to get photographs of Descendi, which is an area of particular interest to the geologists. So you can see that we did lose some data. On the other hand, we did pick up some data that we would not have gotten. And I think overall the effectiveness of the coverage was about 90% of what we had hoped for pre-mission. I really want to express the thanks of the photo team to the flight planners here and also to Ken for his operation of the cameras during the mission. I know.
All right, so Moki says to Jethro, did you see that they confirmed the Virginha incident is true? So that incident that she's speaking about is this crazy looking alien thing that was seen in Brazil. I believe it was Brazil. If it's not, I'm going to correct myself. It was in Brazil. Yeah. And now, of course, I'm going to show you all that clip, but we're going to kind of like do this thing where we go this way for just a brief moment. And shout out to the spaceship cats. And here. All right. So, oh, hello, Doe. Okay, so welcome, Doe, to the stream. The Varginha UFO incident involves a series of events in 1996 when residents of Varginha, Brazil, accurately claimed seeing one of the most strange creatures and at least unidentified flying objects. The reports gathered extensive media coverage, and it's this crazy looking thing right here, and it was a real sighting that occurred, and it wasn't like a false sighting, it was a true sighting. They're confirming it's true. And for many decades, before many of us were even born, and before, thousands of years ago too, there's talks about these extraterrestrial entities in existence. Oh, Brazil has been disclosing also. I'm glad all these different countries are disclosing information about it. Okay, and if Lori Loves Jesus is still here, Doe says hello. If she was one, if that's what she was saying.
see we do go over Korolev again. That's where the orbits intersect when we're in the tail. And we see a few other Hertzsprung and Pavlov type bumps. One is with a little tiny crater called Stein, and one near Mendeleev. Now, if you repeat this procedure several times with different lunations, so you cover different tracks over the moon, and
Yes, I was actually muted. That's true. I was talking for quite a while and no one heard me. So, you're welcome, Jethro. You definitely earned it. I give them to people when I get to know them better, but you definitely were a incredible help today with finding this information. So, uh, I got to know you really well just in instantaneously. So, there you go. Okay, so yeah, I was saying that, for instance, which I don't know how long I was muted, but anyway, yeah, this is an alien right here, allegedly on a hospital bed, and this area at the this other region at the 30-minute mark. We are going to see more about UFOs, about this dark side of the moon situation. And Doe, see you later. Thank you for hanging out with us.
this allows a contour map to be made. So if I could have the next slide, this shows the ground track from where we found the anomaly. Here's one over Hertzsprung, Korolev. Here's Van de Graaff. You can see we went right close to the northern border. Pavlov, and one over Milne. So it was a pretty good one-to-one correspondence with large craters. The initial 11 orbit, of course, is much nearer the equator. The inclination goes up to plus or minus 11. So we saw one over Korolev, and Stein crater is located right about here. It's not too big. Okay, the next map shows a compilation of a lot of these linear profiles, next slide, into a contour map. It's a little hard to read the contours. You can see this big black blotch here is a result of contours stacked on top of each other near this Van de Graaff anomaly. You can see the numbers are hard to make out. You can see the structure over Korolev, a hint of some structure over Hertzsprung, and the Southern Sea over here is actually an enhancement, sticking out of the moon, so to speak. You can see Milne shows a definite structure. Now, the Apollo 16 results should enable us to expand this map. We'll get better resolution throughout this area and be able to extend it along in here. We'll probably still have a gap down in this region.
Murray, can you give some idea of the gradient you're measuring there?
Oh, yes. Okay. The numbers presented on the chart, if you can see them, are measured in tenths of gamma at an altitude of 100 kilometers. So, for example, a good representative value is about 30, and the zero we've arbitrarily chosen at the bottom of the Van de Graaff dip, since this is the lowest value of magnetism we observe. You just call it zero and scale everything relative to it. So, if you're at 100 kilometers, you'll see a 3 gamma dip going over Van de Graaff on the average. Well, we were fortunate. Also, the near side of the moon.
Does the gravity profile have any? Can you correlate?
I've looked at the gravity profile, and it doesn't seem to correlate at all.
We don't.
Actually, the laser data correlates better with. You don't. There's no gravity on the backside. Okay, but on the front side.
Understand.
It correlates pretty well with the laser data, which shows a great big hole here in the backside of the moon around Van de Graaff, and that's where we get our big hole. But I can't see any scientific justification for connecting the two results.
I will add, remind you, the gamma ray
Yes, that's
secondary peak is also at Van de Graaff. I don't know what it means.
Could be an alien star base or something. I don't know. Anyway, the next slide shows the front side of the moon, and it's upside down. The thing to contrast is the much smoother nature of the. Could we do a 180 on the slide, please? Can you hear me?
Could you turn the slide around, please?
Oh, he's on a coffee break. Okay, right. Anyway, the front side of the moon is much, much smoother than the back side. The variations are, on an order of a factor of 10 smoother. We don't see very much structure at all. It's very hard to even draw contours.
Can you sort out the differences in that and the effects of running through the Earth's magnetic field effects? Since the front side is always close to the Earth, can you sort out? Are we really measuring magnetic variations on the backside caused by being on the backside, not due to our measuring environment?
All right, the Earth's tail field is very, very constant when you're in the good section, when you're away from the neutral sheet, and that's where all this data is taken. Well, I guess we never got the front slide complete. Okay, this is a blow-up of the Van de Graaff region in an attempt to pinpoint the exact source of this large anomaly. We kind of suspected it was over the crater itself, since we had always put forth a theory that what we were actually observing in these dips was some sort of a meteorite impact that caused a rather uniformly magnetized crust to suddenly have holes in it, and we're seeing the equivalent dipole of what was left over, and this kind of shoots holes in the theory. We see this is the BX component, which is the radial component, and a plus number indicates a value sticking into the moon. So you see this rather large hole here magnetically in between two craters, and if you look at various models of double dipoles and stuff, it just doesn't quite fit. The other components, B sub y and B sub z, show that it can't be one of these angling dipoles from the crater. And presently we're now conducting the same sort of studies over the rest of the anomalies to see if it checks out. I've just yesterday completed the one over Korolev, and that one is right in the middle of the crater, which is promising for this shock demagnetization theory.
How much validity do we have in the ground track data relative to the first side?
How much validity? How much validity do we have in the ephemeris? I understand there's no chance that we could be off by.
Never anything like that. They might be off a kilometer or two, like I said. But now you're talking about 5 degrees there. That's 150 kilometers.
So it doesn't seem much chance. We'll get maybe one more as the subsatellite comes crashing down to the moon. The last 10 kilometers should give us a good swath of data, which will give us another high-resolution plot like this. But other than that, we're kind of out of luck. Okay, I think I'll...
Okay, thank you. Question?
Okay. There's the front side of the moon. Okay, and our coverage from Apollo 11 will extend. Yeah, I believe this is the equator across here. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, this is 0 degrees. Okay, and we go from 0 to 90 east to 90 west. It's the terminator. This is the southern sea region, which is about the only distinctive feature on the front side per se, and even that's on the terminator. And again, these are relatively high values of magnetic field sticking out of the moon. So you might say that the southern sea is a highly magnetized region. Notice the 16 site is out of our coverage, as were all the Apollo landing sites.
You have about a 3 gamma delta on the backside. What do you see on the front side as far as
Well, most of these values are about 30, 28, 27, which means that they're all 3 gamma higher than that 0 at Van de Graaff. So I would say the maximum plus or minus is about a half a gamma on the whole front side.
Why do your anomalies elongate parallel to the track?
This is a function of not having quite enough data. Instead of making physical-looking contours, we drew actual contours with the data. And obviously, if there's a little bit of offset from one orbit to the next, it's going to result in elongated contours. If we fixed this up and made some intelligent-looking guesses, they would be much more circular.
Do you have a data on the Apollo 12 and the 15 and the 16 surface that you gave it.
For connecting the two results.
I will add, remind you, the gamma ray
Yes, that's true.
secondary peak is also a Van de Graaff. I don't know what it means.
Could be an alien star base or something. I don't know. Anyway, the next slide shows the front side of the moon and coverage, as were all the Apollo landing sites.
You have about three gamma delta on the backside. What do you see on the front side as far as
Well, most of these values are about 30, 28, 27, which means they're all 3 gamma higher than that 0 at Van de Graaff. So I would say the maximum plus or minus is about a half a gamma on the whole front side.
Why do your anomalies elongate parallel to the track?
This is a function of not having quite enough data. Instead of making physical-looking contours, we drew actual contours with the data. And obviously, if there's a little bit of offset from one and be able to extend it along in here, we'll probably still have a gap down in this region.
Harry, can you give us an idea of the gradient you're measuring there?
Oh, yes. Okay. The numbers presented on the chart, if you can see them, are measured in tenths of gamma at an altitude of 100 kilometers. So, for example, a good representative value is about 30, and the 0 we've arbitrarily chosen at the bottom of the Van de Graaff dip, since this is the lowest value of magnetism we observe. We just called it 0 and scaled everything relative to it. So, if you're at 100 kilometers, you'll see a 3 gamma dip going over Van de Graaff on the average. Well, we were fortunate. Also, the near side of the moon.
Does the gravity profile have any? Can you correlate?
I've looked at the gravity profile, and it doesn't seem to correlate at all.
We don't have
Actually,
a
the
gravity
laser data
profile
correlates
here.
better with. You don't. There's no gravity on the back side. Okay, but on the front side,
Understand.
it correlates pretty well with the laser data, which shows a great big hole here in the back side of the moon around Van de Graaff, and that's where we get our big hole. But I can't see any scientific justification for connecting the two results.
I will add, remind you, the gamma ray
Yes, that's true.
secondary peak is also a Van de Graaff. I don't know what it means.
Could be an alien star base or something. I don't know. Anyway, the next slide shows the front side of the moon, and it's upside down. The thing to contrast is the much smoother nature of the. Could we do a 180 on the slide, please? Can you hear me?
Could you turn the slide around, please?
Well, he's on a coffee break. Okay, right. Anyway, the front side of the moon is much, much smoother than the back side. The variations are, on order of a factor of 10 smoother. We don't see very much structure at all. It's very hard to even draw contours.
Can you sort out the differences in that and the effects of running through the Earth's magnetic field effects? Since the front side is always close to the Earth, can you sort out? Are we really measuring magnetic variations on the backside caused by being on the backside, not due to our measuring environment?
All right, the Earth's tail field is very, very constant when you're in the good section, when you're away from the neutral sheet, and that's where all this data is taken. Well, I guess we never got the front slide complete. Okay, this is a blow-up of the Van de Graaff region in an attempt to pinpoint the exact source of this large anomaly. We kind of suspected it was over the crater itself, since we had always put forth a theory that what we were actually observing in these dips was some sort of a meteorite impact that caused a rather uniformly magnetized crust to suddenly have holes in it, and we're seeing the equivalent dipole of what was left over, and this kind of shoots holes in the theory. We see this is the BX component, which is the radial component, and a plus number indicates a value sticking into the moon. So you see this rather large hole here magnetically in between two craters, and if you look at various models of double dipoles and stuff, it just doesn't quite fit. The other components, B sub y and B sub z, show that it can't be one of these angling dipoles from the crater. And presently, we're now conducting the same sort of studies over the rest of the anomalies to see if it checks out. I've just yesterday completed the one over Korolev, and that one is right in the middle of the crater, which is promising for this shock demagnetization theory.
How much validity do we have in the ground track data relative to the first side?
How much validity? How much validity do we have in the ephemeris? I understand there's no chance that we could be off by.
Never, anything like that. It might be off a kilometer or two, like I said. But now you're talking about, gee, 5 readings there, that's 150 kilometers.
So it doesn't seem much chance. We'll get maybe one more as the sub-satellite comes crashing down to the moon. The last 10 kilometers should give us a good swath of data, which will give us another high-resolution plot like this. But other than that, we're kind of out of luck. Okay, I think I'll...
Okay, thank you. Question?
Okay. There's the front side of the moon. Okay, and our coverage from Apollo 11 will extend. Yeah, I believe this is the equator across here. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, this is 0 degrees. Okay, and we go from 0 to 90 east to 90 west. It's the terminator. This is the southern sea region, which is about the only distinctive feature on the front side per se, and even that's on the terminator. And again, these are relatively high values of magnetic field sticking out of the moon. So you might say that the southern sea is a highly magnetized region. Notice the 16 site is out of our coverage, as were all the Apollo landing sites.
You have about a 3 gamma delta on the backside. What do you see on the front side as far as
Well, most of these values are about 30, 28, 27, which means they're all 3 gamma higher than that 0 at Van de Graaff. So I would say the maximum plus or minus is about a half a gamma on the whole front side.
Why do your anomalies elongate parallel to the track?
This is a function of not having quite enough data. Instead of making physical-looking contours, we drew actual contours with the data. And obviously, if there's a little bit of offset from one orbit to the next, it's going to result in elongated contours. If we fixed this up and made some intelligent-looking guesses, they would be much more circular.
Do you have a data on the Apollo 12 and the 15 and the 16 surface again?
Yes, with 12, 14, 15, yes.
So how do you correlate with the information on the surface?
Well, you see, the surface data deals with much smaller scale size phenomena. And so there's really no one-to-one correlation. I suppose that the
Apollo 12 site is supposed to was 30-some gamma, supposed to be large scale, several kilometers.
Well, if we could be sure that over a region of 100 kilometers that the average field was 38 gamma, which no one would bet on, then we could make some interesting predictions about other places on the moon. But I suspect if you went down to Apollo 12 and went 100 meters away, you'd find a much different value of the magnetic field. We noticed the case. Look at Apollo 14. They went 1 kilometer and they went from 43 gamma to 103 gamma. So who's to say what's a representative value for the magnetic field in a given area?
How about 15?
Apollo 15, they saw a steady field of 6 plus or minus 4 gamma, which is essentially...
All right, so in the clip, they were talking about how the moon is an alien type of star system, a star base of some kind. And even if some of this stuff, even when the other things that occur happen, it is the fact that it's being disclosed, it's being proven that it's true. So even if it's things we know about already, it's things that they're saying is true. Before they said it was not true. Now they're saying it is true. So that's something positive about it. But yes, it is nothing really new that we didn't know before. Right. All right, so here are some videos that were released in the files. Yes, it was 1972. Yes. Okay, and let's see. This one in November 2021, approximately 0500 local time, the northeastern United States, an eyewitness observed a bright light source near the horizon at the estimated distance of 2,000 feet. The light source initially appeared as a single intense luminous object before resolving the multiple lights exhibiting erratic rational motion relative to one another. The object slowly moved laterally from the right during the encounter. The eyewitness captured the video with a handheld iPhone 12 Pro, resulting in unintended camera movement. The location was well known to the eyewitnesses and sparsely populated. The description above is derived from statements providing the Federal Bureau of Investigation (FBI) by the eyewitnesses. The event of the FBI assesses that individuals who reported this event as highly credible. The subject matter described in the FBI UAP D004 through FBI UAP D008 and depicted the video footage through these various different sources. All right, so here we go. Okay, see, this is an orb or some sort of plasmoid-looking thing flying around. Make it a little bit bigger. Okay, so we have this as it flies around. And there it goes, there it reappears again. This is the kind of stuff that I'll see sometimes. These UFO things. Yeah. Okay, so that was the clip, and we're gonna go to the next one. Yeah, triangular. Yes. In March 2022, at approximately 1920 local time, the northeastern United States, an eyewitness observed two bright red luminous light sources hovering near the horizon at an estimated distance of 2,500 feet. Both luminous objects maintained general stationary positions throughout the encounter. The lower light source appeared to rotate slowly relative to the upper light source, moving from apparent 6 o'clock position to slightly beyond apparent 9 o'clock position. The eyewitnesses did not hear any sounds from light sources. The eyewitnesses captured the video using iPhone 12 Pro at the location well known to them, which sparsely populated. Description above is derived from the statements provided the Federal Bureau of Investigation by eyewitnesses of the event. FBI assesses individuals who reported this event as highly credible. The subject described files FBI UAP D004 and D008. Oh, hello, Callie. welcome to the stream. Corresponds a report of originating from the same general area of the northeastern United States. Okay, Lori loves Jesus. Thank you, and also want to say hello to Lori D5. I see you there. Welcome to the stream too. And Lori loves is Jesus also. Thank you for explaining that you're around. Okay. So yeah, we have two Loris. So this one, as I said, I have videos that okay. There's videos that I was working on about the UFO encounter sightings that I do. They're pretty popular. And I have videos saved from TikTok of things like this extremely close that needs to be released also. I didn't release it because I was focused on some other projects of the channel, but it looks like we around that time to bring that out. So anyway, so yeah, this is from the northeast, and we're going to this closer in. Let's see, I'm gonna make it bigger than it is. See better. There we go. And let's watch it. You see the chariots of fire that was talked about in the biblical narrative, or what the Romans talked about, the flaming chariots. You know, people have been seeing these type of things for thousands of years. It wasn't anything new. You know, the indigenous natives also saw sky people. So this is basically what that is. You know, in in a sense. And you have these two orbs that are like sitting there like fireballs. And they're almost like syncing together in a sense, which is pretty cool to see. And those are, it looks almost like a spider bite, because when a spider bite, that's what that looks like. It looks like eerie eyes peering through the the matrix. That's also what it looks like. You see these two orb things are coinciding with each other, and the as I said, it looks like haunted. It almost looks like a what I would think of the Mothman's eyes would look like. Yes, I agree, Jethro. One is bigger than the one on the right, slightly. Yeah. Now I've heard from different theorists that sometimes the phones and devices are designed to glitch when some UFO type object appears. Okay, in October 2024, at approximately 1851 local time, the northeastern United States, an eyewitness observed a light source between the horizon hovering above a pond at estimated 2,700 feet. The luminous objects resembled a plasma-like sphere, intermittently changing shape and luminosity. At times, the primary lighting and source appeared to separate into similar luminous points. A luminous point between primarily source hovered just above the water. It did not appear consistent with a surface reflection. The object remained generally stationary for approximately 45 minutes before disappearing. The eyewitnesses did not hear any sound from the objects. This video was captured by private citizen on iPhone and subsequently analyzed and authenticated by the U.S. government. To protect the individual's privacy, the footage has been cropped currently from privacy protected measures. No edit, detachments, or alternates have been made of the visual content. Oh, hello there, Duke. Yeah, tinfoil hats. Welcome to the stream. Description above is derived from statements provided from the Federal Bureau of Investigation (FBI) by eyewitnesses the event. FBI assesses the individual reported this event as highly credible. The subject matter jurisdiction. joking. It was just subject matter description. So instead of subject matter jurisdiction, it's subject matter description. And it was described an FBI UAP DO44 through FBI UAP 88, described as UFO footage. And here we go. Okay, so we have this UFO floating in the clouds. Here. Yeah. You went for fried chicken. You went out for fried chicken. Oh, nice. Duke, that is awesome. Just what a way to have a Sunday is to get some fried chicken. So shout out to the chickens, indeed. For sure, it's delicious. And yeah, I mean, people would see these things hovering in the clouds, and they would call people crazy or they're seeing things that are not true, and but it's actually right there in your face. So yeah, and they just like when we're on the live stream, we see the UFOs sometimes, and they are always in the same spots. They're like usually hovering right over the tree, and it looks like a star, but when I point the camera at it, it goes upward and vanishes. It's the whatever it is, it's not doing. It wasn't. I don't feel threatened by it. It doesn't do anything bad to us. It's just observing. And there's the other one that I'll see in another spot where it'll blink, and then it kind of vanishes. The reason why I say kind of vanishes because sometimes it reappears. But yeah, it's and a lot of times it's they just go to the same spots and do their thing. So yeah, we definitely and that's what they look like. Just the object right there. You know, when something's so far away, we can't see it exactly really up close. There are some up close footage of the plasmoids. They look beautiful. They look like angels. So what the way angels were described looking like. The wheels within wheels, different colors, and these supernatural things, if they're aliens or angels or whatever, good or bad, there's something else there besides us. And as even Einstein, as I said before, pondered these types of theories of things from another dimension coming over here. It wasn't something completely out of the question. Oh yes, yes, Callie. You know what I'm talking about. Yeah. And I remember it was right on camera, and we pointed, and it just went away. And so I have the garden lives are extremely eclectic in themselves because we usually call these things eclectic. streams like we're doing right now. But the the garden streams have you collected guests in the sky. Good question, Moki. What do I think sentient plasmoids are? Okay, so I believe that they're probably a couple of things. So to me, they seem similar to the biblical description of what the angels look like. They might be, it could be something from them. So that's a possibility. And you might have a situation where some are a variety of different things. Like a plasmoid might be a couple of different things that, one could be from this source, another one could be another from another source. So yeah, they could be some sort of angelic thing with wheels within wheels. Now, it's possible some of them may also be a drone device of some kind from the aliens themselves, some sort of drone. And the third thing they could be is, which goes with the alien theory, is that the plasmoid itself is an extraterrestrial organism of some kind. Even if it's angelic, it's not native to this Earth. Or if it is native to this Earth, it's something much more alien than anything that's on the Earth, on the ground, or in the sky. It was a theory that was talked about a long time ago, where probably back, very much in the past, where people had these theories of the UFO itself is an extraterrestrial, right? It's an organism of some kind. Like they had these, like an airplane, like a World War II airplane flying with these octopus things in the sky. That they said, oh, the UFOs are biological organisms. So the other thing is that they're actually some kind of a type of animal or creature, like a fish or a bird or a dog, right? It was some sort of a creature that exists in the atmosphere that we're just not familiar with, that was not really discovered, and that was native to this Earth. So the plasmoid might be a type of creature that is a complete organism in itself of some kind, that's either from here or from somewhere else. So those are the possibilities of what I think might be the plasmoids. And they might be all of them. One might be from here, one might be from some other planet, one might be from another place. So yeah, those are what I think they could be. Yes, Callie, it looked just like the video, very bright. Yep, same thing. All right, in July 2025, approximately 2100 local time, the northeastern United States, an eyewitness observed an intense bright light in the backyard as they parked their car upon returning home from work. The light was hovering approximately 25 feet off the ground below the tree near the center of the backyard, estimated distance of 90 feet. The eyewitnesses exited their vehicle briefly before reviewing their phone to record the event. The spouse of the eyewitness came outside to assess the situation. The spouse also witnessed the light, describing it as a brilliant red sphere, about 1 meter in diameter. The center of the red sphere appeared to be white plasma, sun, about the size of a basketball. The orb slowly rose and moved to the left, and both eyewitness observers second identical orb hovering above the other orb. Plasma orbs ZPE. Do you think an alien could be made in God's image? What if they look nothing like us? You see, Jethro, that is the thing, is that aliens, just like, let's see, Jethro, what I've seen, several look nothing like us. Yeah, and they may not be made in God's image. In that sense, the humans themselves are specifically described as looking in God's image, and everything else wasn't. So having other aliens out there besides us, because it would be alien to them, they would just be another creation of some kind that would be there. And there's some theories that the aliens themselves could be fallen watchers that came down, and not really from alien origin, but they're from some sort of deception campaign that they had. So the aliens themselves, if the ones that are from other planets that are not, so there's some aliens that are actually fallen angels of some kind that are deceiving people into making them think they're angels, aliens. There's also aliens from other planets. So the aliens from other planets or other dimensions, there's two things that I take into consideration here. Is that God created those things, if they're demons or angels or aliens from another planet. And just like you have cats, you have dogs, you have gorillas, you have giraffes, they're not all made in God's image, right? So the humans are described as being made in God's image, but not everything else. So you could still have other creations from other planets or from other dimensions that are not, made in God's image. That's what the humans were described as looking like. Thank you for your question. And supposedly we are going to hear about Greys, Norks, and Reptilians and Mantis. Now, this is something else, Jethro, to take in consideration, is that I believe that aliens that we see are possibly shape-shifting into looking like things for us to understand them better. Like, I think with all the alien crashes of the Greys, right, all these alien crashes that happen, that the aliens are either from another dimension or from another planet, and they're projecting their consciousness into something else, like an avatar. So when they come to us, they look like Nordics, or they look like a mantis, or they look like a gray alien. But it's an avatar. Whatever they really look like might be something different than what they appear as. Now, the reptilians are probably what they look like because they're biblically described as being reptilians. And so, if it looks like a Nordic alien, it looks more similar to a human, because that's what a human looks like, right? So they shapeshift into a Nordic-looking alien or a mantis alien, which is a mantis like a bug outside. So they may shapeshift into these things to, when they come here, as their form. It's just like you go into a video game, you choose your avatar, right? So that's a possibility. Now, maybe it's a theory if they may not look the way they look here, that they look like somewhere else. Doesn't mean it's true, but at face value, there's Nordic-looking aliens, the Nordic aliens, the reptilian aliens, and the mantis aliens, from different places. Right. So Loki says, look at the diversity of the animal kingdom. Not much of a stretch to think the intelligent life could be diverse too. Exactly. Right. And just like with aliens, there's good and bad aliens. Like I was talking on the show the other night, not the other night, but the night before, where although I lean a lot towards the aliens being demonic entities trying to cause a deception of some kind, I don't deny, I believe there's also aliens that are generally from other planets or from another dimension that may want to help us. And others that are not good. So I believe that they're all true to an extent. But I was giving a defense for the people that believe that the aliens are not necessarily trying to hurt us, but there's bad aliens just like there's bad people. But that the aliens are actually, from other planets or from another dimension, and there's technology that they have that the governments of the world don't want us to know about because the world would be much more sufficient without their help. And some people were not trolling me, but girls being harsh about they're really steeped in the idea that they're demonic entities. And Jethro says, I definitely lead towards the aliens are demonic and deceptions. Oh, yes, understood, Jethro. But, for the sake of argument, I was giving the people that believe that they're good, trying to help us out, a defense. So I gave a defense to the theory about them being from other planets or having a technology to help us. Because I believe it's good for people to see both sides. I also explained the theory about them being fallen angels or fallen watchers, because I don't think everybody understands or knows about that theory 100%, because I throw that around, but not everybody hears about that. So, but yeah, but you understand, Jethro, what I mean is, you know what I'm talking about. So just because if I say that they're aliens from other planets and they're trying to help us, doesn't mean that I completely uh, go along with that. I don't deny it because it could be possibly true to some extent, but I'm not denying the other thing. I made that clear. I was talking to the one person. It was one person. I was being clear. I was like, I understand what you're saying, but the people that have this other theory should have a proper representation to. And so, yes, disclosure definitely, Jethro, is very important. Now, I will briefly explain the fallen angel theory for those of you who don't know, because I don't think it's been. Uh, I've always explained the entire thing, and it's a way I just kind of throw it around a lot. So which I believe, no matter what, there are aliens from other planets. There has to be, and there are also things from other dimensions too. And I think that with all the life out there, that we've been visited by them. And oh, hello, Casey. Welcome to the stream. There's all kinds of things out there besides us and I wouldn't doubt that they visit us too. That out the way. This is the theory I'm about to explain about them being fallen angels from another, world. So there are these watchers that came that God sent to watch over humans. And at some point, they fell for Earth women and they fell to. I really think, besides the Earth women thing, they wanted to be ruling over humans and not see them as subjects or for scientific reasons or for their own ego, whatever. And they felt that something like them shouldn't be submit to something inferior, sort of like what Satan thought. There's Satan and the fallen angels, and then there's this other way that came later from the Watchers. So this explains why there's UFOs and stuff in the sky, because they were Watchers. They were here from the beginning of time, but they rebelled against God, and they've also just had a different opinion than God, because they wanted to show humans different technology, and they want to show them different ways of doing things with magical stuff, and say with which we also, the Middle Eastern cultures would call them jinn, which we've on the Foreign Lives we discuss a lot, and which are the West we would call them ghosts or aliens or mythical entities. They call them jinn, the Middle Eastern cultures, but we call them very supernatural entities. So both Middle East and Western civilizations and Asian civilizations from East Asia all see the same thing. Moki says, I don't know if they're demonic or not, but I do think the great deception is upon us. Oh, I agree, Moki, definitely. And that is noted. And I do agree with you about that. So the theory about them being fallen angels is that they came here, and the Bible describes, for it feels like the end. Yes, it definitely feels like the end times. Definitely. All the Abrahamic religions describe the same thing, that there's angels that came down and they created hybrids called the Nephilim. All over the world, these things are created. And other hybrid creatures are created as well. Now, it's possible that the aliens, or what we call aliens, created them in laboratories as hybrid creatures. And it may not have been completely out of lust, but that's what it was, according to the different religious texts. It was out of lust. But they're trying to create a hybrid human and create hybrid things on the Earth. And that's basically similar to what the aliens apparently do. And a lot of times people will say, if the aliens are fallen angels, why haven't they attacked us or hurt us yet? That's a good question. And maybe they've been doing it the whole time, because there were different gods of different religions that existed, and the theory is that those gods of other religions, maybe not all of them, but a lot of them, were actually them, and the whole point of what they wanted to do was not exterminate us or annihilate us. It was because of, let's see, Moki says, supposedly it happening right now because the treaty we made with them has expired and the Galactic Federation is pressuring Earth to disclose. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Makes sense. And Duke says they'll be eating us. Duke, we're going to be their fried chicken. That's what they're going to. And they have some aliens that are texting each other human emojis instead of the other emojis. Hello, Zero. Welcome to the stream. The government brings Spielberg to soften people up. Okay. So shout out to Zero. Glad we have you here. So, and a lot of times people will say if they haven't heard us yet, if they're supposed to be demonic or something evil. The refutation about this theory is that the whole point of the fallen angels was not to hurt us or harm us. They gave us a lot of technology over the centuries, but the reason why they were doing this is because they wanted to turn people away from God and worship them or believe in them instead. That was their whole point. It wasn't to harm us or anything, it was to turn us away from the true God or true religions to their false interpretation of it. Because they wanted to turn people away from God and bring them to Satan. So, yeah, they weren't trying to hurt us. They weren't trying to attack us. If anything, they were trying to give us technology and make us more advanced. And God didn't want us to have certain technology or to have certain things right away. And think about, like, we're like kids and they're like relatives that gave us some information that we're too young to know about, so to speak. Or however it was done by them was done wrong, where if God did it, it would have been done better. So the fallen angels gave humans technology. They taught them about, magic. They taught them about astrology. They told them about zoology, about animals, and about mathematics, and helped them build the pyramids for a deceptive reason. Not for a good reason, but for a deceptive reason. And the point was to not hurt humans, I agree. It was to turn them away from God and to bring them to something else. So that's the fallen angel theory, right? That they came here to cause a deception to bring people away from the true God to something else, which was Satan, really, at the end of the day. And that they appeared as gods, they appeared as the milkman, they could appear as a Winnie the Pooh, and they could appear as aliens to cause a deception. So that is the alien theory, the fallen angel thing explained. But as I said, I do believe there are aliens from other planets besides us. And some are good, some are bad. But I do strongly believe that the fallen angel thing is absolutely true. 100%. I don't know if every single alien sighting is them, the fallen angels, because I do believe aliens exist and interact with us. But I definitely believe there's truth to both, in my opinion. And Aleister Crowley, which was this demonic occultist, he summoned a demon that looked just like a gray alien. So, it's like a shape-shifting into different, it's basically the same thing of what we would see. And the Bible talks about the frog people, the unclean frog spirits that will be seen during the end times. And the unclean frog spirits resemble the gray aliens. That's what John was seeing, a gray alien. And he was making it clear they're unclean spirits. And a lot of people that have had alien encounters, although an alien would be very bizarre to encounter, it was this thing that was trying to shapeshift into various different things to cause deception. So, but as I said, those are just arguments for them being fallen angels, and those are other arguments saying that they're aliens from other planets that are from other dimensions that are trying to help us. So, as I said, I believe there's truth to both. Okay. Who gets to decide if Starfleet General Order 1 or the Prime Directive is the way things are supposed to be? That was the way that. Mention Eager Casey. Okay. Thank you, Zero, for mentioning that. Twitter. UFO expert Steer Greer says the secret war between advanced civilizations and humans is going on, with humans as the bad guys. He says Earth has been visited by non-hostile advanced civilizations, that humans are the ones hostile to them. And yes, and how are humans hostile to them exactly? You know, a lot of people have been abducted and experimented on by them and had very traumatic experiences from it. And yeah, I wonder exactly, was it because we shot them down or what was it exactly? And also he says that Matt Grace is correct about the secret hybrid breeding program between aliens and humans with the goal of combining DNA. Yeah, and especially they do talk about in the different narratives about it how different aliens want to combine the DNA with us and them to maybe make us more advanced. There is talks about angels and humans mixing together to creating a hybrid offspring as well. That's it. All right, we have downed at least 1,000 or more of their spacecraft, and we have captured these bodies, living and some dead. Right now, I can understand with a lot of people that have had abductions by them, that had traumatic experiences, where people would think that they're not really that good. Especially, there's treaties allegedly that they made agreement to get the technology that you speak of. And I agree about what Greer's saying that we were going to get technology from them. But there is an agreement between aliens and the governments of the world to abduct humans and for experiments for their technology. So I could see where maybe they would think is a hostile threat because people have been abducted before without asking. You know, it's unconsensual. People get abducted by them, and there have been people that have had hybrid and have seen their hybrid offspring with the aliens. So, as I said, I don't think that all aliens are bad, and I do believe we have shot them down. But I would just be, in general, even if they are aliens from other worlds that are not fallen angels, I would be, cautious about trusting something like that myself because, there's the Trojan horse, and just like with a foreign country or something, we don't know what these people exactly want with us. And so I believe that a cautious approach should be taken, and Earth people were not intentionally trying to be hostile towards the aliens. They just were trying to defend themselves, similar to a wasp trying to defend its hive from a human, or a bee sting. Right? Humans had a right to defend themselves, and the fact it would be kind of weird for it's kind of like the de-arming people with firearms, right? If somebody had a firearm to defend themselves, they weren't trying to be hostile; they were just trying to defend themselves. So if there was, I do agree there was hostility towards the aliens. I agree that we were shooting down their aircraft and we were shooting or collecting their bodies. And I agree that our governments are not necessarily that great. And they're probably very wicked and they want to hide information. But the intentions may have not been completely malice. It may have been out of self defense. Because if you have a foreign thing in the sky, you're going to shoot it down. And that is the other part of that, where you have this situation where the different alien species have been, flying all around the different parts of the world, but the intentions were to defend themselves. Especially something is in airspace it's not supposed to be in. If you would think that if the aliens weren't hostile, they would make agreements to fly correctly without causing problems to the Earth people. They would make agreements with the governments to fly there. Mogi says, Greer says that the abductions are done by government using hybrids. Was it done? I hear what you're saying, but and maybe that's true. But the thing is, though, the government's got the DNA from the aliens themselves. So the governments are secretly working with the aliens. You see, that's the whole point. Is that they're using alien hybrids, but the alien hybrids came from the aliens. So they're all working together. And I'll also say this. The governments are being evil and corrupted. But the thing is, though, and we always talk about lizard people, or the royal families having lizard blood in them, and all the lizards controlling the world. That's the lizard aliens. That's another link between the aliens and the governments, right there. So, if it is hybrids, they came from the aliens. Right. And before our government even was here, thousands of years ago, people were being abducted by these things. It happened thousands of years ago. People were abducted by them. So before our government was here, they're already abducting people. But as I said, if it is true, though, what Greer is saying, which I like him, and I think he says a lot of facts, is that, it's still just maybe true what he's saying, but we should just be careful about a Trojan horse situation, though. Okay? Right. And if they are really good and they are trying to give us technology to help us, I hope that they eventually get the technology, and whatever corrupted government institutions that are out there that are trying to withhold positive alien situations that is what that is. So I hope they'll eventually get that technology at some point, and we have peaceful relations with the aliens. Does anyone remember me talking about when the quota from the Grenada Treaty can't be met, what will happen? And Drew says we're somewhere between 10 to 50 million by now to keep up with the quota if you did math of the OG agreement. Also, military bases have been shooting down non-human craft since Roswell. Yeah, like Alien said, we're not doing it at any damage, yet it's not masses doing it either. Military makes a trap, right? And to shoot down the craft. Okay? And thank you, Zero. And he says, who knows what to believe except the government lies to us. We know that's true. Well, yeah, we all can agree that the government does lie. And I want whatever the truth is to be brought out. And I think that is very important to, understand. And I do believe there are bad aliens. And I do believe there are good aliens, right? And maybe both things are true. Maybe there are fallen angels that can shapeshift into an alien, but it's not really an alien. And maybe when all these things go into the matrix, so to speak, when an entity from another realm takes an avatar, they all may look like great aliens, or they could take a shapeshift of an alien. That's another possibility too. So maybe it's not all black and white. Maybe there are aliens being shot down by as the Bible says about the fallen sons of God have dominion over the garments. So there are demonic entities that are there that are trying to stop good aliens from helping us, maybe. I have to get something. I'll be right back. All right. All right. Nice evening. Okay. And we're going to go back to talk about aliens. All right, and I have to write a message. And let's go. Then I'll get back to what y'all are saying. Okay, so Jethro says, I think if aliens wanted to help us, it would have happened already. I know when I help somebody, I don't mess around with logistics, I just do it. Exactly, Jethro. And for thousands of years, they've been watching us destroy each other, go through famines, World War I, World War II. It's a lot of things have been happening, and they haven't helped us out yet, and all of a sudden they want to help us. So that's also a good argument too. And if anything, they're inciting it. So, and usually in the world, what demons do is they want people to go and fall into sin. They want to cause people to go away from God and believe in themselves over other things. Like sin, like people just doing bad things to each other, people having wars, people going to famines and sicknesses and destruction in the world. And just like the lizard aliens, apparently the lizard reptilian things absorb the demonic energy. They absorb suffering. It's like vampires. And so maybe the whole time they were getting what they wanted out of the earth because they went against God, and they, instead of helping us and being watchers, they were being the deceivers. Yeah. So, but as I said, that is possible. And if they are aliens from other planets, I'll say this: like, let's say that Greer is 100% correct, and there are aliens from other planets. It's possible they saw us as lab rats or science experiments over really seeing us as humans. Maybe they saw us as another type of entity of like watching lab rats. So that's what I think is also possible. And maybe there are some that generally may want to help us. They're taking a long time to help us, but that's another thing too. Maybe they want to wait for the right time because of the governments of the world made agreements with them or things like that. It's possible too. So we have all the possibilities. Maybe they're aliens that are trying to help us. Maybe, and that's possible too. Maybe they're fallen angels. Maybe they saw us as an experiment. Uh, you know, we all know the government lies though either way. Zero says, you have to think, though, Jethro, we're not advanced enough for certain tech. It's like putting an Xbox One controller into a 15th century boy's hands. It'll melt their brains. And Jethro says, not even medical type stuff. And Zero says, if someone just touched you or healed you, what do you think will happen? Mass panic? Think about it. 0 point energy would crash the world economy if done correctly. Jesus did that, and no one panicked. That is true. And yeah, and that is also, both of you have good arguments. So Zero, I mean, Jethro, the type of panic that they're talking about is people would go into chaos and start rioting and be having a nervous breakdown over it. That's what they think. But yeah, it's the aliens. They did have a long time to help us out, and there are encounters of people from different islands and different parts of the world that were. There's one instance of a fish god, and this fish god came from underwater, and he taught this island about math, about geometry, about all kinds of different things. But the point was, he was getting people away from God of Abraham to himself. Same thing with India. They had all those different gods that came down. And the point was they gave humans advanced technology, but they didn't want them to believe in the God that created them. So, and I'll even say this. I'll say this. Let's just say the aliens are not demons. Okay? Either way, they weren't really helping people believe in God. They're having them believe in themselves. Like, they want the aliens that are good and trying to help us. They want people to believe in those aliens and their technology that they're trying to help us with, not any type of other religion. So if the aliens are going to have us believe in them instead of anything else, you see? So even if they are aliens from other planets, they're still trying to replace the religious orders and replace them with themselves. Now the government and the god of the religions might both see them as a threat. They might both agree for different reasons. The government might want to be in charge, and this other thing's trying to come in and take over. And religiously speaking, they're going to tell people to not believe in the Christian God, and they want to believe in themselves instead. Right? That's a possibility. It doesn't mean and that's an alleged allegation. It doesn't mean that will really happen. Maybe they are good, and all of a sudden, thousands of years they've been observing us. One day they're just going to just choose to help us with all this technology out of the blue. And they'll have an explanation why they didn't help us before. And they will not try to challenge the religions of the world or anything, or fall into a corrupted dictatorship. And they'll just be, and they're trying to fight our governments that are not good. That's another possibility too. And Yes, and I'll do that, Zero, and I will defend both positions. Okay, I will defend both positions, and be fair here. Not and as I said, I believe that both are true, but I'll defend both positions. And Alien, take the lead on this. You are smart enough to not explain it without fighting or barking about it. Alien knows how to explain this stuff from an angle I can't stand on. Yes, and I will explain Zero's position and what Moki was talking about, and also, which I gave an argument. Oh, yeah, yet when he explains things, I strangely agree with him. Okay, and yeah, and oh, Jethro, Zero is not upset at you. He gets sometimes there's people can get real into a passion about what they're talking about in anybody in any topic, if it's politics, religion, or sports especially. People can get real passionate about what they believe. So with me, the way I articulate these arguments, I can do it without separating any kind of emotion. So I basically become like an AI robot. And I want to talk about what Moki and Zero and Dr. Greer were talking about. I want to give a very good argument for what they're talking about too. So Zero, I got you. I'm going to explain what you're saying to them. Okay, so Stephen Greer has been this very intelligent UFO enthusiast, if that's the word for it, or expert, or I would call him a scholar in it. And there's this other perspective besides the fallen angel thing that we've been heard about. So besides the fallen angel theory, which we know about, we could all that believe in religion that demons exist. Okay, and it's actually very clear that the governments of the world would be controlled by the demons. So anything the government says is not to be trusted and be taken with a grain of salt. I think everybody can agree that the governments are not to be trusted. So it is true that with the alien disclosure, there are different types of aliens out there from other planets. You know, a vast universe with billions of stars, like what former President Obama said, that with all of them out there, there has to be something else besides us. And there are people that have had encounters with aliens all over the place. And a lot of times they're observing us and watching us. Like, for instance, we see on the Garden Live, we see UFOs and they do not hurt me or bother me. They're just watching. And just like with people, there are good and bad people out there. So you might have some of the aliens that could be fallen spiritually in the sense that it's an alien that's doing something bad, or they're so scientifically passionate about what they're doing, they do things that are inhumane and without maybe considering others' emotions. So just like with people, you have good and bad people. Aliens, you have good and bad aliens. Now, the government has a monopoly on the different types of businesses and corporations in the world. So you have electricity and gas, and you have the stock market, and you have wars going on all over the world, right? And this is a system that constantly is a cycle that keeps making trillions and trillions of dollars. And in a human example that happened, that was confirmed to have happened, is Nikola Tesla. He was this brilliant scientist, and he's the reason why we have computers right now and electricity because of him. And Edison took the idea to make monopoly off of it, right? So he was a very business savvy Tesla. I mean, not Tesla, but Edison. And the corporations monopolized electricity, and they took his idea and made it into something that was absolutely, blown out of proportions with electricity and money. And with free energy, that's what Tesla wanted. Everybody would have electricity. And his idea was even better. All the electrical wires you see with the electrical poles is completely outdated. Tesla had this idea of wireless electricity each home would have. And Wi-Fi and cellular service is from his invention, but he intended it for wireless electricity. And he wanted everybody to have free energy. And Tesla was very eccentric in a positive way. and it's believed that he must have had communications with extraterrestrials or something from another dimension that assisted him. But he may have had visions. Like, say you go into a sleep state and you kind of barely wake up. There's a certain sleep state, a meditative state you could be in, where you could have access to things from other dimensions. So in a way, the aliens helped Tesla, hypothetically, give the electricity to us. And something that cannot be denied is that the aliens have not harmed us yet. That's whatever their motives or reasons were, they have not harmed us. They have not instituted this demonic order yet. So that's something that is true. And I think that's possible, just like with people, you could have good and bad people, right? You have good and bad aliens. That explains why some aliens seem demonic. I wouldn't be surprised if some of them were working with the force of darkness, but not all of them. You have instances of aliens having such advanced technology that it would help our entire world become more energy sufficient and more independent of various different things. And that is a big reason, even if there's truth to demonic aliens being true, the governments of the world would not want people to be having free energy because it would crash the economy, and medical advancements that would be good for us, so they would crash the medical institution. So that is an example of why their aliens are trying to help us. But there's such drastic things from the governments and the propaganda machines of the government. And we know about the Illuminati. We know about the Epstein-type people out there. We know about whatever they believe in, right? The demonic entities that they have in control of them. They don't want people being free to have better technology for medical, spiritual, and electrical advancements. So it would crash the economy, for one thing. The next thing that it would do is people would, maybe it would stop wars. Maybe it would make the world a little bit better. And maybe Africa or these different countries or poverty would be lessened. If maybe they can make food like Jesus did, right? Jesus made food out of thin air. You know, Jesus healed people by touching them, just like what Jethro was talking about. But what if there are aliens out there? I got your Alien Kingdom sound effects on low in the background. Really sets the mood. Oh, okay. Thanks, Jethro. Yeah. The sound effects are definitely magical. So that's the explanation about the aliens being actually, some of them being good for another planet that had more advanced technology than us, that they just came here through thousands of years, and they're trying to help humans with advanced technology. A point that Zero made that is groundbreaking to this theory is that the aliens are, if you gave a controller, a remote control to somebody from the 1500s of an Xbox controller, their brains would melt. My grandparents that are alive right now on both sides think the technology we have is, some of my grandparents are just, it's hard to comprehend a tablet or something like that. People that were around in the 50s and 60s and born in the 40s, right? So somebody 100 years ago would be not understanding what's going on here. Abraham Lincoln, during the Civil War, he had a room where he dealt with the Morse code, and that's during the Civil War. Imagine what they think of this technology. It'd be mind-blowing. So if you got somebody from the 1500s or 1400s, there's actually been examples of this theorized. If the kings from the 1400s saw it, they would think the cars are chariots with horseless chariots. The food would be weird to them. You know, the food would be weird to them too. So that is something that I think is very important to understand. Now, so that is another reason, is that we were not ready yet to get the technology, the alien technology. And we would see that that's why the governments are trying to shoot them down. That's why the governments are trying to cause a problem to them, is because they wanted to keep people like entrapped in their matrix. You know, dead scrolling on TikTok, wars happening, more money being made because the devil and the devil, which is the same thing as Satan, the demonic entities want people to be stuck in the matrix, and these other good aliens, maybe they're positive watchers, maybe they're angelic watchers of some kind, or doing that role that they weren't supposed they didn't do. So that is an explanation that the aliens are good, some of them are good, and they want to help the Earth out. That explained what Zero, Moki, and Rear were explained or talking about. Right. So I believe the truth is somewhere in the middle. I believe that both could be true, but we gotta remember they're not just automatically like what Jesus said, you know them by their fruits, okay? And to test the spirit. So if there's aliens trying to be helpful to us and to the Earth people, that's a positive thing. All right. We just have to be aware of wolves in sheep's clothing. So I think that's good to have an open mind about this. And Zero has an excellent argument that also needs to be brought to the light. So that is Zero's and position explained. And people could take what they want if they believe guilty or innocent about the aliens. And we have to wait and see what happens. All right. So that was the alien theories explained. It's strange how we can't trust the government and we think that the government is stupid, yet think the government is smart enough to keep things from us. Very confusing, those who haven't noticed it. Yeah. Sometime between 1870 and 1913, everything became under the thumb of set people to make sure our money is worthless when they have all the value. Yeah, I mean, there was, and he said 1913, there was an unsinkable icebreaker military style ship that was created, like the most largest, strongest ship ever thought of before, that was practically unsinkable, and it struck an iceberg magically and it sunk, brutally sunk. It was torn into pieces and just nuked by a little iceberg in the middle of the ocean in the middle of the night, conveniently in a location. Oh, my pleasure, Saw. Yes. And that is basically the explanation of that, right? So in that situation with the Titanic, it was, as I said, torn to pieces. Its funnels, it was, I tell you, nuked. It fell apart. Completely just fell apart. Because an iceberg hit it. You know, I know the technicalities about the Titanic, about the 5 flood compartments flooding, and it was just not designed to be like that. But, I'm going to say that in a better way. But all of a sudden, it just went down. Now, freaks of nature and accidents can happen, and things can be overlooked. But I'm going to tell you all another theory about Titanic. The Titanic was unsinkable, but it was not invincible. And who was on the Titanic? There were people, a lot of people that are Irish. Oh yes, Zero. That's for another topic about if the Olympic or Titanic was sunk. Let's just say it was the Olympic. I don't mind saying it was the Olympic. If it was the Olympic or the Titanic, whatever ship that was, it had some interesting passengers on it. I'd say all 3 of them were basically unsinkable. So if it was the Olympic or a Titanic, it fits in with all of them. But with the Titanic, there's people that were looking for a better life. There were first class and second class people dining in. Back in 1912, people had a class system. Segregation was not only about race, but it was also about your class. Like in Europe, they were segregated because of class. So segregation always existed. And discrimination, whatever. So even in a complete white society, there was segregation and there was discrimination. You saw that a lot with the Titanic movie. A lot of people think that the movie's kind of, had their different opinions about it, but it shows the class system and the prejudices that were going on at that time and the different walks of life in that ship. So another point of Titanic is you had John Jacob Astor, you had thank you, Mogi. You had the thing with all these wealthy people on Titanic that were challenging the Federal Reserve, right? You had all these people on Titanic that were against the Federal Reserve System. In 1913, in 1870 to 1913, the power of money was shifting. So they were going to the United States and they were going to try to stop this Federal Reserve authoritarian government from being banking system from being created. Oh, okay, understood. So that was the thing. And Titanic conveniently sunk, brutally sunk, was torn into pieces, was like nuked, and all these people on board that were going to challenge the Federal Reserve and conveniently died or were deleted, unalived. Just all this coincidentally just happened to happen. An iceberg was in the right place at the right time. They're in a spot of the ocean where there's no people to be able to either get to them. Everyone talks about how there's no one at the time that was on that was live. That's actually not really completely true. There's people that were all over, ships all over that area that were talking to each other like we're talking to each other in a chat about the Titanic getting hit by an iceberg and it was sinking. And people were frantic. Ships were frantic. But no one could get to them because they were in a certain spot where it was too far away. So it was too many coincidences happening. So it's reason to believe that the Titanic was sunk, or the Olympic, whatever ship it really was sunk on purpose because they're trying to stop the Federal Reserve opposers from getting their way. And something else that's extremely hilarious. The funniest thing about all this farce, is that J.P. Morgan canceled his ticket to go to Titanic because something came up. He conveniently was able to avoid going on the Titanic because something came up. And so he didn't get deleted on the Titanic because he knew to get out of there because he knew something was going to happen. That's what the real truth is. So, yeah, they put all the people, all the Avengers basically in one place, and they got a torpedo or whatever, and they made sure that ship was going to be annihilated and destroyed. And so, yeah. So the same group that, with the Epstein files, there's all kinds of there's people that need to be redacted, unredacted that are redacted. There's all kinds of things that were fishy with the Epstein files. There's nobody to this day that's been prosecuted over the Epstein files. Been arrested over it. And the same people that are giving us all this nonsense information for the past 200 years, few hundred years or so, cannot be really completely trusted with the alien disclosure either. They call people stupid. They call people crazy conspiracy theorists for saying there's aliens. Now they're saying they're out there. So I believe there's maybe truth to what Milky is saying, that there are people, the alien treaty is expired and they want to have disclosure. So yeah, we will see what the truth is, but I don't trust the government or the mainstream narrative because they lie too much. All the time they lie. So yeah, the elites of the world are, I believe God will win in the end. I believe good, or people that are not religious, I believe that righteousness will win in the end. Good will prevail. So victory is going to happen either way, but we're really in a messed up world, and we cannot really trust the mainstream narrative of what we're being told. Especially if they tell us this is our enemy or that's our enemy. We can't completely trust it. So that is another position about the government not being trustworthy. All right. So, by the way, this is another alien video of two alien orbs floating around. Okay, Duke says he trusts the 40 orbs guy. Okay. And let's go here. Let's see. Try this again. Okay, I'm gonna see about opening it here. Let's see. See if this link that Mookie sent me, but I'm gonna look at it this other way. Okay, and let's go this way. Some reason, yeah, because for some reason the link isn't exactly working for some reason on either device. So yeah, I'll look into it another time. Right, and maybe if I do it, yeah, orb hunting. Yeah, orb hunting. It's from the UFO files. That's not what I want to do. Like this. For some reason, it is not loading. And okay, so this is from the Alien Files, by the way, and it says in July 2025 at approximately 2100 local time, the northeastern United States, an eyewitness observed an intense bright light in the backyard as they parked their car upon returning home from work. The light was hovering approximately 25 feet off the ground below a tree line near the center of the backyard at an estimated distance of 90 feet. The eyewitness, excited, exit their vehicle briefly before reviewing their phone to record the event. The spouse of the eyewitnesses came outside to assess the situation. The spouse also. Oh yes, yes, I've heard about. Yes, there's definitely stargates. I know about the. I know about the stargates. Yeah. Eyewitness exit their vehicle briefly before reviewing their phone to record the event. The spouse of the eyewitness came outside, assessed the situation. The spouse also witnessed the light, describing it as a brilliant red sphere about 1 meter in diameter. The center of the red sphere appeared to be a white plasma sun about the size of the basketball. The orb slowly rose and moved to the left, and both eyewitnesses observed a second identical orb hovering above the other orb. The eyewitnesses then began recording the event using iPhone 14 Pro Max, capturing the footage depicted in the video. As the eyewitness began recording the orbs, they moved westward together above a nearby tree line. The witness described the orb's motion as silent and smooth, and as moving in tandem, though they were flying in formation or tethered together. As the orbs moved out of the site, both eyewitnesses saw them appear, merge. The eyewitness estimated that the orbs moved from their initial position before disappearing from view, estimated distances of 75 yards. This absurd observation occurred within 25 miles of the triangle orbs. The red orb rotation and orbs over the pond, sightings at the location well known for them, which is sparsely populated. Description above is derived from the statements provided by the Federal Bureau of Investigation by eyewitnesses to the event of the FBI, assesses the individuals who reported this event as credible. The subject matter described in the files UAP and of the United States, a general area of the Northeast. Okay, so as I said, we have this right here. And that's the two alien orbs floating around. But it's pretty cool. Well, this is very pretty. I like this. This video is an artistic interpretation of the reported incident near the sensitive national security site in the United States involving unidentified anomalous phenomena over a period of 2 days in 2023. This digital recreation is based upon the first-hand description provided by Federal Law Enforcement Special Agent, Federal Bureau of Investigation, prepared this digital recreation of the request of the Department of War in 2026. Okay, so we're gonna kind of. I love these type of scenery where you have the desert in the morning like that. That is a really nice sight. It really is. Start from the top. Let's go here. You see how it's blinking like that? That's what I've seen too. And it's a trail of more. It's very cool. Very cool. Yeah, yeah. I wish he was here too. I was thinking about him. Video is artistic interpretation of a reported incident near a sensitive national security site in western United States involving unidentified anomalous phenomena (UAP) over the period of 2 days in 2023. This digital recreation is based upon a. Yes, I've seen a light tour Phoenix. First-hand description provided by Federal Law Enforcement Special Agents, Federal Bureau of Investigation prepared this digital recreation at the request of the Department of War in 2026. Okay, here's another artistic depiction of it in the morning. That's very cool. Very cool. I'll watch it again. You see the orbs, the UFOs flying in sync with each other there. This briefing includes a presentation from the principal investigators of various Apollo experiments. The principal investigator describes the preliminary results of the work to educate the Apollo crews about what they're obtained from Apollo 16 help prepare. They also describe anomalies as such as flash without observed yet been reported. Flash mentioned in the beginning of 2515. All right. Shout out to chat, and of course for and shout out to all chat and this very cool discussion. Okay. Let's see. Okay. So for Apollo 17, they describe anomalies such as a flash that was observed that had not yet been reported. Flash mentioned beginning. Okay, so this is a flash that the Apollo saw. Have y'all seen the cloud of the cicada releases? They look CGI in my humble opinion, but very interesting videos of ships around Jupiter's and other bodies. Oh yes, I've heard about that. Yeah, yeah. That I think it could be either one. It could be CGI or something else. But it's probably more CGI. Okay. I know one of Jupiter's moons, Europa, is apparently, I think the Europa case is probably true, but I don't know. This is the part where they saw the Apollo 16. They're preparing for Apollo 17, and they described a flash that was seen on the moon. Here we go.
Reported from orbit that has interested us a great deal, and that was the flash that was reported. I haven't seen. I understand the transcript hasn't yet been typed.
I haven't seen it yet, so that's my only hope for pinning down the time.
If
you get it to about 5 minutes with that, I think.
If you can help us pin down the time and roughly the location, and we'll certainly look at our records, and that would be an important piece of data if we recorded that. I would like to ask, was this a colored flash or a white flash?
It was white.
How does it differ from the kind of thing you get with a cosmic ray impact on your brain?
I didn't see any of those.
He didn't see any of those.
I see.
Redhead.
The one cosmic flash he saw.
Well, we're very much excited by that. As far as I know, it's the first report of a transient event of some nature that's been seen from orbit.
I just have to wait for I should have written it down, and it just didn't occur to me to write it down.
Did we get a time on it at all, Ken? Or
It's on the DSC.
it's on the DSC.
And if I ever get that, I'll...
Well, then I would correlate any information we get.
All right, so so in that one, it very explains about the flash that they're seeing. Because this proves on the moon that there is something else besides what we were, familiar with. Now, the key, the silver lining here is that the moon has had things on it that are very bizarre. Back in like 2013 or 14, one of my friends and I were talking about this weird moaning, this screech. I mean, it's like this attempted yelling sounds coming from the moon that sound very weird, and there's apparently aliens on the dark side of the moon. Okay, got this next part right here. 3241, the speaker makes an offhanded comment of could be an alien starbase or something. I don't know. We saw that earlier, but We could replay it. It's okay. Well, we want to just do this so people could hear it. Okay.
Work that I stopped walking. I started walking to the next.
We got clean first brakes completely down the geophone line. We couldn't have asked for a
I'm
better.
sorry about that first one. I was so really happy when that rascal worked that I stopped walking. I started walking to the next.
Well, that's actually the wrong one. It's actually this one, 3241. Okay.
The gamma ray
Yes, that's true.
secondary peak is also in Van de Graaff. I don't know what it means.
Could be an alien starbase or something. I don't know. Anyway, the
Yeah, alien starbase. Exactly. Wrong area. Let's go this way. Here we go. Okay, so in November 1962, journalist Walter Cronkite interviewed astronaut Gordon Cooper. And this except from the interview of Cronkite asks Cooper about his views regarding the nature of the unidentified flying objects, having previously expressed an interest in the subject. Cooper opines that a large number of exponentially well-qualified people have seen objects without logical explanation, and speculates that the existence of other planets with an livable atmosphere, and maybe there's some of human life out there. Okay, here we go right here.
Gordo, you expressed interest at one time in unidentified flying objects, the feeling that there might be something to all these stories. Do you still feel that way?
Well, I feel that there have been a large number of fairly well qualified, or exceptionally well qualified, I should say, people who have seen objects that have not had any really logical explanation other than this. I think that maybe in fact each and every one of them does have an explanation. But I think that there are so many possibilities, so many thousands of possibilities of other planets out somewhere in the universe that would have a livable atmosphere that I would hate to rule out the possibility that maybe there are people or some type of human life on some of these. And if this is the case, then it's not too unfeasible to think that perhaps some of these objects might have been something of this type.
You don't think that the comparatively short step out into space that the Mercury flight will take you on is far enough out to make any observations in this area?
No, I think we're still at a fairly low order of getting out into space when you speak of space and being millions of miles involved. We're only getting out 100 miles or so.
What about the so-called Glenn effect, Gordo? The snowflakes, the fireflies. Now both Schirra and Carpenter seem to feel that it's frost of some nature off of the capsule, but apparently Glenn still sort of cast doubt on that theory.
All right. Yeah. Okay, let's. And those are all the videos and recordings from the current UFO file drop. Okay. Let's see. Here we go. See, Eric J. Hecker, I'm proud to announce I have accepted the position of head of facility management operations involving extraterrestrial contact for the U.S. JP Science Council. All right, so this is the claim that Eric J. Hecker that the secret weaponized government infrastructure is hidden in Antarctica, operating under the guise of scientific research. Claims gained massive traction in alternative media, UAP anomalous phenomenon disclosure circles, and the ice cube detector energy weapon. So Hecker asserts that the ice cube is a massive observant. The ice cube Neutrino Observatory, shout to Mary Toodles, a massive real-world telescope buried under Antarctica ice to detect subatomic particles, is not a passive research tool. The theory is that it's a weapon. He claims that the actual transmit massive amounts of energy, making the world's largest directed energy weapon, DEW system. Earthquake link. The theory alleges that when the facility was turned on or tested, it generated the tectonic disruptions, specifically blaming it for causing the devastating 2011 Christchurch, New Zealand earthquake. Absolutely, Moki. She said, I want that job. I give them a beer and we talk and talk about all the stuff we really want to know. Hilarious. Yeah. All right, and extraterrestrial communication tracking. The claim: because UAPs, UFOs supposedly emit uh, neurotrions, no, neurotrionus. Hecker claims that the South Pole station uses that the ice cube array to track alien spacecraft. Interstellar Hub. He argues that station functions as an off-world communication hub capable of faster-than-light communications with interstellar vehicles. Oh, uh-oh. Scared. I hope the Knights are able to pull through. Deep state projects and the key. The claim Hecker leverages this real past envelope employment as a plumber and firefighter for the Raytheon and Amundsen, Scotland South Pole Station in 2010 to grant himself the authority. He claims he held the master key to the facility, allowing him to stumble upon top secret documents and operating the manuals detailing these hidden weapon systems. MK Ultra Stargate connections. To weave into the broader deep state lore, Hecker also claims that as a child he was covertly drafted into the CIA and famous Stargate Project MK Ultra mind control program. And let's now I'm going to go to another one. All right, so the Stargate is the alleged ancient technology, advanced portal systems. Am I outside? No, I am. I am not outside. I'm actually inside. You see, this is a computer live stream. That's why. That's why the you see the thing on the screen that we're playing these videos. I'm on the computer. While the concept was heavily popularized by the Stargate sci-fi media franchise, the theorists argue that the movies and television shows are predictive programming, deliberate effort to by authorities to accumulate the public to reality that already exists. The core pillars of the Stargate theory. Ancient alien infrastructure believers assert that the Stargates were left behind thousands of years ago by advanced extraterrestrial races such as the Anunnaki or lost human civilizations like the Atlantean, the Atlantis. Wait, I thought it was something else, but it was just Atlantis. Okay, so such as the Anunnaki or by lost human civilizations like the lost city of Atlantis. The Iraq War cover-up. A foundational pillar of the theory claims that a fully functional Stargate was discovered in ancient Sumerian city of Ur, modern-day Iraq. Theorists argue that the 2003 U.S. invasion of Iraq was not for oil or weapons, but for mass destruction, but rather secret race to seize control of this portal because before the Iraq leadership could figure out how to activate it. So in Iraq, there's also the Gilgamesh, the Tomb of Gilgamesh, which allegedly is an antichrist and it possesses lots of technology into it. So Gilgamesh's mummy was recovered too, allegedly. Interdimensional travel. Unlike traditional spacecraft that take years of travel, the travel universe, the real world stargates are alleged use of Einstein-Rosen bridges wormholes. Theorists claim that these portals allow instantaneous travel across billions of light years or into alternative dimensions. The Gulf of Aden vortex. Another major factor points is the Gulf of Aden near Yemen. In late 2000s, conspiracy circles claimed that the anomalous magnetic vortex or Stargate opened the ocean, promoting massive international. Sounds like the movie Contact. Yeah. Yeah, because the theory is that the Stargates in that movie were actual real Stargates. It was based on real events, allegedly. But yeah, it definitely is like the movie Contact. Another major point of the Gulf of Aden near Yemen in late 2000s, the theories claimed that magnetic vortex or stargates opened in the ocean, promoting massive international military naval presence under the guise of fighting Somalia pirates. Project Stargate, a top secret government project aimed at building or finding interdimensional wormhole portals. CERN, a large hadron collider, is being used to artificially rip open interdimensional stargates and invite dark entities into our world. The ziggurat of Ur, Iraq. Ancient Sumerian temple complex where the primary activity of ancient Stargate was unearthed and hidden by the military. Antarctica. A massive secondary Stargate is buried beneath polar ice caps connected to secret military bases and hidden extraterrestrial craft. So that is the theory on the aliens right there. Alien Stargates. Okay, so there. All right. Talking about Iraq, I'm going to go into this thing again. Okay, and let's go here. All right, so we're gonna, speaking of that, we're going to talk about this giant entity from the Middle East. Here we go. The wind up in those Kandahar mountains in 2000. So this is a story of a giant that allegedly existed in Kandahar, and this is from the perspective of how the U.S. soldiers encountering it would have described it. So the wind up in those Kandahar mountains in 2002 didn't just howl, it cut right through your gear. We were a specialized tracking unit moving up a jagged goat path to remote felt like the edge of the earth. Our objective was simple, or so we thought, to find a squad of our guys who had gone completely radio silent days prior. We figured they'd taken cover in Ravine or gotten pinned down by local insurgents. We didn't expect what we found. As we rounded a massive bend in the rock face, the first thing that hit us wasn't an ambush, it was the smell. It was a sickening heavy stench, like cross between a rotting carcass and a skunk spray, so thick you could almost taste it through your tongue. Then we saw the opening of a massive cave. Our squad leader signaled for us to halt, and we fanned out the weapons and raised. When my boots crunched on something metallic, I looked down. It was something military radio crushed like an aluminum soda can. Oh, hey there. Aaron says, "Hey friends, I have nothing to add to this convo. Just want to say hi. Oh, and Loki smells." uh, yeah, that hilarious. Welcome to the stream, Aaron. Nice to see you. Yeah, so I know it's very disturbing about what was seen in the cave in the Giant of Kandahar, where the rotting bodies and the aluminum cans and stuff. It was a very crazy stench that they had, definitely. And a saw aluminum soda can. Right next to it were shredded pieces of U.S. uniforms and fragments of bone. White, splintered bone, completely picked clean. The realization hit the whole line at once. Our guys hadn't been captured, they'd been slaughtered. Something lunged out from the black mouth of the cave. Your brain tries to process what you're looking at, but it just blocks it out because it makes absolutely no sense. It was a man, but it wasn't. He was a colossal, easily 12, maybe 15 feet tall. He had this wild, matted mane of bright red hair and thick beard. He was wearing crude, heavy animal pelts, and he moved with a speed that didn't belong to something that massive. Before we could even raise our rifles, the thing closed distance. It was wielding a spear, not a wooden stick, but a massive iron-tipped pike. With one of the terrifying thrusts, it impaled Dan. Dan was a grown man in full body armor, and this monster lifted him completely off his feet, pinning him into the air like a specimen on a needle. Dan didn't even have time to scream. Open fire, open fire. The valley exploded with noise, and training kicked in. And every single one of us opened up at once. It was a wall of lead. We were putting standard M4 rounds and heavy M1000, not double, but M107 Barrett 50 caliber slugs right into the chest and its face. But the thing that didn't drop it kept snarling, exposing a terrifying double row of jagged teeth, its 6 fingers, hands, and gripping that spear. It took nearly 30 seconds of sustained automatic firepower, hundreds of rounds tearing into its head, before its knees finally buckled. When it hit the dirt, the impact felt like a localized tremor. Oh yeah, we're having a very good weekend. We stood there in the rigging silence, standard issue rifles smoking into the literal monster dead at our feet. The extraction was surreal. We called it in, and but how do you tell a command that you need a heavy lift chopper for a giant when the CH-47 Chinook arrived? The crew looked at us like we were losing our minds, but they dropped a massive cargo net anyway. It took dozens of us just to roll our bodies into it, and the winch goned and the chopper hoisted the creature into the skies, its massive 6 feet dangling beneath the netting as it disappeared over the ridge. When we got back to the base, the real nightmare started. Loki says, "Look who it is," and it's here. And we weren't met with debrief. We were met with suits and high-ranking brass who looked terrified of what we knew. They pulled us into separate rooms and they shoved a non-disclosure agreement in front of the faces. In front of our faces and told us in no uncertain terms that if we ever spoke about the cave, the red hair, or whatever happened to Dan, we spend the rest of our lives rotting in a military brig. They made us rewrite after the action reports on paper. Dan and the rest of the Lost Patrol died in a conventional enemy ambush, but every time I close my eyes, I smell that cave, and I still see those 15 feet of red-haired terror lunging out of the dark. And so that is the story of the Giant of Kandahar. You're gonna have to just go this way. Here. All right. Yeah, it's I really like that story, and I do believe it was something that truly happened. Oh, I am. That's unfortunate. Carolina wins the Stanley Cup. Okay, well, unfortunate for the Knights' loss. Let's see. Okay. So you have that lure there. Goes through some more of these files. Okay, so this document is a form of Federal Bureau of Investigation, uses to record investigative activity, contains first-hand narrative descriptions of unidentified anomalous phenomenon reported in Colorado Springs. In Colorado, the interviewees provide statement to FBI special agents to aid producing digital artistic interpretations of the incident. On June 2024, the redacted individual was interviewed at a 26 Federal Plaza, New York, 10278 by special agent as a redacted and operational project unit forensic artist redacted after being advised. And Moki said, Erin just teased us with her presence. Yeah, hilarious. Yeah. And Operation Project Unit Forensic Artist after being advised of the identities of the interviewing individuals, provided the following information to aid in the forensic recreation of the unidentified aerial phenomena and its activity observed over the Kenya Mountains. The Kenya Mountains. Forensic sketch interview of redacted on February at approximately 11:25 a.m. A former U.S. Army intelligence officer, along with 4 other members of his unit, observed a UAP over the Kenya Mountains as they exited their office building, described the day as the perfect bluebird sky as there were no clouds, little humidity, with temperature approximately 50 degrees Fahrenheit. Well, that's nice weather. Object was a potato shaped with distinct edges and appeared to look painted in a creamy whitish opalescent color. It was somewhat translucent with a slight shimmer. The object was made up of what can be best described as articulating fish scales, or panels that were non-symmetrical, non-overlapping, and irregular shaped. The object itself was perfectly still, but each panel on the object shifted in slow waters, starting at a different points of origin, but at the same time. After approximately 2 minutes, the object vanished. Redacted specifically stated that the object cloaked in space of time and it took the turn a head and there was no shadow. Redacted in the initial sketch draft the attached forensic artist. Redacted will relay additional sketch drafts through SA Redacted 2 in order to complete the final sketch product. Oh, interesting. All right. So, okay, chat. So we talked about the sighting that happened that I just read you about, and this right here this is the mountain, and that is the apparent UFO that was seen. This is an artistic interpretation of it. This was a recreation when they documented about it. So that's pretty cool. It looks like a giant marshmallow. And you see a lot of times these UFOs can disguise themselves as clouds. That's something else that's quite fascinating. Yeah. Go back here. All right. Here's another sighting. This document is a form of the Federal Bureau of Investigation uses to record interviews. This FD-302 records of the. It looks more organic shaped and manufactured. Oh, okay. Thanks, Jethro, for your take on that. Records in 2026, which interview with a U.S. person in which they described incidents of potentially involving unidentified anonymous phenomena. The subject matter described in the files depicted in video footage FBI UAP correspondence to reports originating from the same general area of the northeastern United States. Okay. All right. We have a lot of redactions right here. On February Redacted 2026, interviewed by Redacted, the video conference of Microsoft team also presented the interview after being advised of the identity of the interviewing agent and the nature of the interview. Provided the following information. Received a bachelor's degree in economics and finance from Redacted region, a Redacted place. Previously worked as a Redacted, then became a Redacted, currently is the Redacted. Scared. Was at a Redacted residence, and I see you, Duke. Returned home that night at approximately 9:15 p.m. East as was pulling into their driveway, which slopes downhill towards their residence. Noticed an intense bright light hovering below the tree line in the middle of their backyard. Redacted got out of the Redacted vehicle and stared at this strange light from a few moments before reaching back into the vehicle to retrieve Redacted's phone. Could take a video of what Redacted was seeing. At the same time, Redacted was sitting inside, expecting to arrive home, and checked the security camera and saw Redacted standing next to Redacted vehicle, looking into the backyard. Then went outside to join and see what was looking at. Described the light as a red sphere that was about 1 meter in diameter. Described the red color as being brilliant and beautiful, and that Redacted had never seen anything that color of red before. Stated that inside the red sphere, at the center, there appeared to be what described as white plasma sun about the size of a basketball. So we got a white plasma sun thing. As Redacted and Redacted watched the orb UAP moved up to their left, they then noticed there was second identical orb hovering above the first one. The orbs then moved together toward the west above the tree line. Stated that from the start of the observation to when the orbs traveled out, the sighting exhibited both a change in altitude and a change in direction. The orbs were silent and moved in the smooth motion. They moved in the tandem as they were flying in formation or were tethered together. As they moved out of the sight, saw the orbs merge together into one orb. or were so close together that Redacted could only see the orb. Redacted and Redacted captured a video of the orbs, beginning at the point when they were above the trees and moving away from their backyard. The video is contained of the attachment to this interview document. A few weeks later, stated that Redacted saw several white orbs travel over the house from the west and to the east. These were white orbs were traveling much higher in altitude than the prior red orbs, described them as appearing the size of a dime and held at arm's length. Okay, so that's another encounter. So this is basically describing the videos that we saw. We saw the videos of these things that were described. Right here. Okay, that one is basically what we kind of read. This is similar to what we read before, but it's kind of articulated differently. It might be a completely different sighting, just written in a similar way. So we'll just go into this again. Okay, it's not this. It's a different file though. Right. On Redacted was interviewed along with Redacted after being advised of the identity of the interviewing agents and nature of the interview. They provided the following information. On Redacted arrived home in evening around 9:15. Once parking in the driveway, they noticed a ball of light through the windshield, which was yellow and about the size of a basketball. Upon exiting the vehicle, they saw the second ball of light. It's like the video that we saw. Larger and about the size of a beach ball. And the objects were behind the row of trees, which have been since taken down in front of the second tree. Between property and a neighbor's property behind the home, was able to look at the lights without a strain of discomfort in the eyes. Stated that has not had any health issues or concerns since seeing these objects. Based where Redacted was standing, the objects were approximately 30 years away and 20 to 30 feet above the ground. Upon seeing the lights, Redacted came outside to views of the objects as well. Both Redacted observed that the objects moved laterally to their left, passing to a tree approximately 36 yards away at the same height. Continuing behind the neighbor's house was beyond a tree that was approximately 75 away. It was this point where Redacted said that they saw an orb going into the other orb before disappearing abruptly. So you have two orbs and they just come together and make one orb. The type of technology is incredible. Imagine if we were able to do that with our things. You know, our technology would be so much more advanced if they would let us have it. Redacted stated that a few weeks after this event, Redacted saw several white orbs travel over the house from the west to the east. These white orbs were traveling much higher in the altitude than prior red orbs. Redacted in 1987 stated that Redacted had witnessed something strange in near power lines, saw red lights circling around itself at the night, described it as front of kit form. So chat, you have this thing where 1987, they also saw something similar. That's the orbs over the pond. We watched that earlier. Here is some correspondence investigation. And let's go here. Thank you, Jethro. I wasn't muted, but thank you. I just may have been quiet for a second. The reason why they redact it is because either they wanted to keep the person anonymous, they want it to be anonymous, or it has to do with some sort of investigation where they have to have names redacted for legal cases and stuff. So it was to give the person some privacy. All right, this is from January 31, 1949. J. Edgar Hoover, Washington, D.C. Dear Mr. Hoover, you know, there's something with the Hoover Dam from the Transformers movie had aliens in it, so interesting they mentioned Hoover right here. Here is a bit of information which may be of great significance or maybe a merely of observation of scientific experiment. It may be known that the military authorities and ABC or only a few may have seen it. None reported its right place. Here it is. Can you pass it to the right persons? Last May, one afternoon, I saw 4 beams in the sky passing from northwest to southeast and covering the Cascade Mountains. In these 4 narrow beams, small clouds were forming, and where the beams met apparently against the mountains, a great explosion effect was to be seen. I would say that they were visible for at least 10 minutes or longer. The sight brought to mind an article read before the war about experiments carried on in Europe with various types of radio beams to affect the rainfall. I would guess that I had seen the article in Science Digest. The Columbia River flood of last summer and unusual precipitation of this winter had forced me to feel that this observation of mine should be sent somewhere in the nearest of national security. I have one son in the Air Corps, and another works with the AEC, Hanford, which causes me to pray for the peace, and well as a fact that, as minister, I deplore that these waste tragedy of war that in is one reason that I have refined from the passing of the information ideas that might indicate warlike attitudes. I may add that these words, a paragraph or two, explosion effect seemed to rise to heights of about 10,000 feet. Reference Charles, let's see. I have received your letter on 1949 and thank you for sending the information with references to the matter mentioned. Sincerely yours, John Edgar Hoover, Director. All right. And what we just read, Barnes' account of incident potentially involving unidentified anomalous phenomena UAP and described observing 4 beams of light covering the Cascade Mountains, the altitude approximately 10,000 feet, with the great explosion visible at the coverage points of those beams of 10 minutes. Director Hoover replied, Barnes thanking him for his letter and informing him that he had forwarded it to the Atomic Energy Commission. Director Hoover conveyed that the AEC, Barnes believed that relate to military or scientific experiment commission's purview. All right, so this is the response from the Colorado incident that we mentioned. Okay, and an airborne object over the Canyon Mountains of Colorado was observed by 5 U.S. Army service members at Fort Carson, Colorado, February 2022. It was possibly a back scattering of sunlight, which of course it may have been a UFO, but they're going to say it's something else. As low confidence in this assessment based uncertainty of the field view of each witness amount of snow covered the exact elevation of the amount of cloud coverage. No anomalous data characteristics recorded of the event did not represent unknown capabilities. According to the accounts of the U.S. Army Services members on 15 of February 2022, airborne objects was observed approximately 6 miles of the west behind the Canyon Mountains, silhouette of approximately 3 to 180 seconds. Witnesses described the object as roughly the size of large jet resembling an angular, non-symmetrical potato made of uneven panels, which was completely stationary about 300 to 500 feet of the Canyon Mountain. While slowly changing shape, it had slightly translucent, shimmering white appearance with defined edges and milky shimmer that reflected sunlight. The witnesses noted that the sky was clear, and despite keeping their eyes on the object, it suddenly disappeared. Moki said, I love Erin. Yeah, me too. Yeah, shout out to Erin. She's awesome. At 0945 Mountain Time, February 15, 2022, the sun was positioned at an altitude about 27.5 over the horizon in the southeastern sky, roughly at the azimuth of 125, casting shadows toward the northwest, providing a soft, angled light. According to Historical National Winter Climate Center, reported snow depths of the Canyon Mountain likely range from 6 to 12 inches, although witnesses reported clear blue skies. Multiple weather reports, including those from AFMA Weather Underground, indicated that the presence of the clouds suggested that the skies were partially to mostly cloudy that morning. I see you, Gaduk, and I also see the Space Yeti. Scared. Analysts possibly indicated that the positioning of the sun in relation to Canyon Mountain would allow backscattering of sunlight reflecting off the snow-covered ground. Reflecting light could illuminate low-level clouds vicinity with might the account for visibility of the objects, followed by its sudden disappearance. It is possible that either the clouds or the sun shifted slightly, causing the reflection to vanish. Has low confidence in this assessment based on uncertainty and field of view witnesses of the exact level of cloud cover. And analysis note, the clouds are kind of mid-level cloud known for their consistent gray or blue-gray appearance. These clouds usually develop at altitudes ranging from 6,500 to 23,000 feet. 2,000 to 7,000 meters and can create a dense, uniform layer across the sky or thin, wispy, while they often appear oblique. The Altrus. Oh, hello, Falcon. Welcome to the stream. Clouds and permit some sunlight to pass through, resulting in luminous effect. Typically, the presence of the altorius clouds, suggesting that the precipitation is imitated that may bring light or snow. Analysts note the backscattering is a phenomenon where sunlight reflects off the snow-covered ground towards scattering through the atmosphere. This noticeable when the sun hits low over the horizon. No artifact balloons were noted active around the Kenya Mountains during the time of the witness airborne object. Well, you see, Falcon, when things existing and living life, the reason why it matters, it does depend on your perception about what is and what isn't. But the reason why things do matter is because in life, everything that occurs eventually ties in together to a greater cause. And especially what we could do for other people. You know, people that did rain dances, even if it doesn't bring rain, they did something. And even if things don't matter at all, helping other people or making something a great product that would matter. So things would not matter if people didn't help each other. So there is hope with humanity, is what I'm saying, is where you have people that are still doing good for each other, and that is life being meaningful. And you, Falcon, being here is mattering a lot. So that is something that does matter. So we appreciate you here very much. Thank you for coming. All right. So, and this file contains the correspondence and reports dated in 1952 to 1953 from the scientific advisory panels of the unidentified flying objects conveyed by the CIA's Office of Scientific Intelligence. The panel's primary conclusion was that flying saucers did not pose a direct physical threat to the national security of the United States. See, this is what Dr. Greer was talking about, and what was mentioned before, that they're confirming that the flying saucers didn't pose a threat to the United States. The panel found no evidence that these phenomena were hostile foreign artifacts or indicated need to revise existing scientific concepts. Now, however, the panel identified significant indirect threat stemming from the public's fascination with the subject. The panel concluded that the high-volume reports encouraged by sensationalist press could overwhelm that the clog vital intelligence and communication channels, potentially distracting from genuine threats. Furthermore, they warned that a morbid national psychology could be exploited by advisories to incite the hysterical behavior and harmful distrust duty constituted authority to mitigate these risks. The panel recommended an official policy of debunking to strip the UFO subject of its mystery alongside training initiative for military personnel to better recognize and filter out misidentified objects, thereby reducing communication noise and allowing the national security apparatus to focus on legitimate defense concerns. So you just basically get the whole truth right there. Alright, this is going to be a rabbit hole right here. Mr. Richard D. Drain, Security Intelligence Committee, Washington, D.C. Dear Mr. Drain, we have carefully studied these reports of the panel and scientific consultants of the subject to identified flying objects, which you sent this agency on March 13th. Conclusions of the panel and its recommendations, particularly in terms of public education, are considerable interests and connections with the civil defense program. We appreciate your indicated willingness to assist the implementing the appropriate aspects of the panel's reports as applicable in the civil defense, and suggests that the conference be arranged for the full discussion of the subject or mutually satisfactory date. Sincerely, Val Peterson. Okay, and here is another one right here. Let's see. Dear Mr. Dickens, the Director of Central Intelligence has asked that you be furnished a copy of the attached reports prepared by the panel of scientists and subject of unidentified flying objects. This panel was conveyed of the direction of the General Smith following the recommendation of the Intelligence Advisory Committee. The conclusions and recommendations may be of interest to you in that they point of certain potential dangers to national security which are related to the subject, suggesting ways of their elimination. Although this agency does not consider problems arising from the sightings of flying saucers primarily its concern, we shall be pleased to assist any appreciative action that you may deem visible. The Honorable Val Peterson, Administrator of Federal Civil Defense Administration, 1930 Columbia Road, Washington, D.C. Dear Mr. Peterson, the Director of Central Intelligence has asked that you be a copy of the attachment reports, a panel of scientists subject of flying saucers, UFO, unidentified flying objects. Let's see. Following the recommendation of the Intelligence Advisory Committee. It is Moki. It's very interesting. All these files are sitting there, and they said it was not real. All these, I would say the TV shows, the movies, and the conspiracies all came from these files that we're looking at right now. And, this is from a long time ago. Imagine what they have all these decades later. The conclusions and recommendations may be of interest to you that they point out of certain potential dangers to national security, which are related to the subject and suggest ways of their elimination. Although this agency does not consider a problem arising from the sightings of flying saucers primarily This concerned, we shall be pleased to assist in any appropriate action that you may feel advisable. Mr. Jackson, Special Assistant of the President of White House, Washington, D.C. Dear Mr. Jackson, Mr. Robert Armory, Assistant Deputy Director of Intelligence, has asked me to forward you for information of the enclosed report of a scientific panel on identified flying objects, January 17, 1953. This report was prepared by the panel convened in January 1953 as the direction of the former Director of Central Intelligence, General Walter B. Smith, with occurrence of the Intelligence Advisory Committee. Copies are being transmitted to the Secretary of Defense, Director of Federal Civil Defense Administration, and Chairman, National Security Resources Board. Report of the Scientific Panel of Unidentifying Flying Objects, January 17, 1953. Pursuant to the request of the Assistant Director of Scientific Intelligence, undersigned panel of scientific consultants has met to evaluate any possible threat to national security posed by identified flying objects, flying saucers, and make recommendations thereon. The panel has received the evidence presented by cognizant intelligence agencies, primarily the Air Force Technical Intelligence Center, and has reviewed a selection of the best documented incidents. As a result of the considerations, the panel concludes that an evidence presented on identified flying objects shows no indication of the phenomena constitute a direct physical threat to national security. We firmly believe that there is no residuum of cases which indicates phenomena which are attributable to foreign artifacts capable of hostile acts, that there is no evidence that the phenomena indicate a need for revision of current scientific concepts. The panel further concludes that the continued emphasis on the reporting of the phenomena does, in the perilous times, results in the threat of the orderly functioning of the protective organs of the body politic. We cite examples of the clogging of the channels of the communication by irrelevant reports, danger of being led by continued false alarms to ignore real incidents, indications of hostile action. Hello, Mermaid. Oh, okay, Mermaid. I remember we talking about that this morning, and I'm glad that you're getting to see it. How did it go? How's it going with it? Curious. Thanks for updating me. We're talking about UFO files. Basically, their government was saying that the aliens are not a threat to us, but they were against them anyway. Indications of hostile actions and civilization. Morbid national psychology, which skillfully hostile propaganda could induce hysterical behavior, harmful distrust of duly constituted authority, in order for most effectively a strengthened national facilities from timely recognitions of the appropriate handling of the indications of hostile action and minimize the contaminant dangers alluded to above, the panel recommends. The national security agencies take immediate steps to strip the unidentified flying objects of the special status they have been given and then the aura of mystery that they have unfortunately acquired. Be that national security agencies institute policies on intelligence, training, and public education designed to prepare the material, defense, and moral of the country to recognize most promptly, to react most effectively, discern indications of the hostile intent or action. We suggest that these aims may be achieved by integrated program designed to reassure that the public of the total lack of evidence of immediate forces behind the phenomena, to train personnel to recognize and reject false indications quickly and effectively, to strengthen regular channels for evaluation and promote reaction of the indications of hostile measures. And Murray said, "Whoops, it's going great. It's super good. Sadly, oh yeah, the Oliver Tree. That is, I'm saddened still about it as well, Mermaid. You know, it's a unfortunate that it had to bring this day down, but it did. But I about Oliver Tree. You know, we were excited earlier about the UFC 250, and then that happened. So it's always like something like sometimes when something happens, it just spoils the whole thing, but like makes the day kind of like bland. So yeah, I'm definitely, it is upsetting indeed. But I'm glad that the fight didn't get canceled like we thought about early this morning. Right. Evidence presented. 75 case histories of sightings 1951, 1952. ATIC, those best documented. ATIC status and progress reports of the projects Grunge and Project Blue Book. They mentioned Project Blue Book. Code name for Attic study of the subject. Progress reports of Project Stork. The code name Patel Moral Institute contract work supporting ATIC. Summary reports of sightings in the Holloman Air Force Base, New Mexico. Reports of USAF Research Center, Cambridge investigation of green fireball phenomenon. Project Twinkle. Outline of the investigation of UFOs. Proposed by the Kirtland Air Force Base. Motion picture. Films of the sightings of the Chermorton, Utah, 2 July 1952, and Great Falls Mountain, August 1950. Summary report of 89 selected cases of sightings of various categories, formation of blinking lights, hovering, etc. Draft of manual. How to make the Philibrupt prepared ATIC. Chart showing plot of geographic location of unexplained sightings in the United States during 1952. Yeah, rest in peace, Oliver Tree. Chat showing the balloon lecturing sites of the United States. Charts showing selected actual balloon flight paths in retaliation to reported sightings. Charts showing frequently of reports of sightings of 1948 to 1952. Charts showing categories of explanations of sightings and rods chrome transparency polyethylene film of the balloons in bright sunlight showing high reflectivity. Motion picture of the seagulls and bright sunlight show high reflectivity. Intelligence reports relating to the USSR interest in U.S. sightings. Simple samples of official USAF reporting forms of copies of pertinent Air Force, Army, and Navy orders relating to the subject. And there's 54-inch square of a balloon, a pillow balloon. Variations in radar coverage. JNP, usual operating characteristics of the service radar. Miscellaneous, official letters and foreign intelligence reports dealing with a subject. Copies of popular published works dealing with the subject. Right. Intelligence Advisory Committee on Identified Flying Objects. Transmitted herewith is a copy of the report of the scientific panel convened as a result of the action taken by Intelligence Advisory Committee on December 4, IAC-M90, paragraph 3A. On this subject, attached in the report are a summary of evidence presented, tab B, and the list of personnel participating, tab C. It is proposed that the transmit copies of this report to the Secretary of Defense, Director of Federal Civil Defense Administration, and the Chairman, National Security Resource Board for their information in such action as they may feel necessary. The results of the panel's studies have moved CIA to conclude that no National Security Council intelligence directive on this subject is warranted. Please inform that the undersigned by February 1953. That's my birthday. It would be a couple of decades later. It would be my birthday. If you do not concur of these actions and conclusions contained in paragraphs 2, 3, and above. Miss Powell called the 24 Feb and said that Mr. Armory said when approved for release to those mentioned in paragraph 2, copies should be sent for Robert. Report meetings of Scientific Advisory Panel on the Unidentified Flying Objects by Scientific Intelligence, CIA. Part 2, Comments and Suggestions of the Panel. General, the panel members were impressed to have others include the lack of sound data and great majority of the histories and lack of speedy follow-up due to primarily the mindset and the size of limited facilities of the attic sections concerned. Among the cases, histories of significant sightings discussed in detail were the following: Bellefontaine, Ohio; the Tremination, Ohio; Great Falls, Montana; the Yakima, Montana, Washington area; and Handia A4B, Japan, August 5, 1952; Port Huron, Michigan, 29 July 1952; Presque Island, Maine, 10 October 1952. After reviewing and discussing of the cases about 15 others. In less detail, the panel concluded that the reasonable explanations could be suggested for most of the sightings, and by deduction of the scientific method it could be induced, given additional data, that the case might be explained in a similar manner. The panel pointed out that because of the brevity of the sightings and the inability of the witnesses to express themselves clearly, the conclusion explains that it could be not expected for the case reported. Furthermore, it was considered that normally it would be a great waste of effort to try to solve most of the sightings unless such actions would benefit training and educational programs. Program the written Charles Fort were referenced to show. The strange things in the sky has been recorded for hundreds of years. It appeared obvious that there was no single explanation for the majority of things seen. Presence of the radar and astronomical specialists on the panel proved of value at once in their confident recognition of the phenomenon related to their fields. It was apparent that the specialists in such additional fields as psychology, meteorology, and aerodynamics, ornithologically, and military air operations would extend the ability to the panel to recognize maybe more categories of little known phenomena. On lack of danger. The panel concluded unanimously that there was no evidence of a direct threat to national security in the objects cited. Instances of Foo Fighters were cited. These were unexplained phenomena cited by aircraft pilots during World War II in both European and Far East theaters of operation, wherein balls of light would fly near or with the aircraft and maneuver rapidly. They were believed to be electrostatic, similar to St. Elmo's fire. I was just thinking of St. Elmo's fire right now before I read that. So I really, that's really wild. Or electromagnetic phenomena are possible light reflections. There is an incident that there is a church in England in like the 1600s or 1100s or something. Not 1100s, like the 1400s, and this big giant object crashed into it, and that reminds me of War of the Worlds type stuff right there. Like with the I believe it had to do with St. Elmo's fire, and like these unknown objects that have been existing for centuries. And St. Elmo's fire is also was seen on ships. Like you had the people that were sailing ships, like the pirate game we would play, where there is in the sky they would see these orbs in the sky, and these like balls of fire. That's what the St. Elmo's fire is. My pleasure, mermaid. The phenomena are possible light of reflections from ice crystals in the air, but their exact cause or nature was never defined. Both Robertson and Alvarez have been concerned in the investigation of these phenomena, but David T. Griggs, professor of psychology at University of California at Los Angeles, is believed to have been the most knowledgeable person of this subject. Of the term. The flying saucers had been popular in 1943 and 1945. The objects would have been so labeled. It was interesting that in at least 2 cases reviewed that the object cited was categorized by Robertson and Alvarez as possibly the Foo Fighters to date unexplained but not dangerous. They were not happy, thus the demise and sightings by calling them names. It was their feeling that the phenomena are not beyond the domain of the present knowledge of the physical scientific, however. And now there is the Air Force reporting system. It was the panel's opinion that some of the Air Force concerns over the UFOs, notwithstanding Air Force Defense Command anxiety over the fast radar tracks, was probably caused by public pressure. The result today is that the Air Force has insisted to a fine channel for receiving reports of nearly anything anyone sees in the sky and fails to understand. This has been particularly encouraging the popular articles on this and other subjects as space travel and science fiction. The result is mass receipts of low-grade reports, which tend to overload the channels of communication with material quite relevant to hostile objects that might someday appear. The panel agreed generally that the scientific data was of no value. Quite the opposite, it was possibly dangerous in having a military service foster public concern in nocturnal mandering lights. The implication being, since the interested in agency was military, that these objects were or more or might be potential direct threats to national security, accordingly to the need for definization made itself apparent. Comments on the possible educational program are enumerated below. Yes, I'm sure there will be 2. Mermaid. Yeah. I'll be interested to see what that says. It was the opinion of Dr. Robinson that the saucer problem had been found to be different in the nature of detection. Investigation of German V-1 and V-2 guided missile prior to their operational use in World War II in 1943-1944. Intelligence operation. There was excellent intelligence in June 1944. There was material evidence of existence of hardware obtained from the crash vehicle in Sweden. This evidence gave that investigation team a basis upon which operate the absence of hardware resulting from the unexplained UFO sightings leads to a will o' the wisp nature of the Attic problem. The results of their investigation to date strongly indicate that no evidence of hostile act or danger exists. Furthermore, the current reporting system would have little value in the case of detection of the enemy attack by conventional aircraft. I can hear it now. Life goes on and on. Yeah, that's a good one. A good song there, Jethro. Furthermore, the current reporting system would have little value in the case of detection of enemy attacks by conventional aircraft or guided missiles. Under such conditions, the hardware would be available to almost at once. Artifacts of extraterrestrial origin. It was interesting to note that none of the members of the panel were loath to accept that this Earth might be visited by extraterrestrial intelligent beings of some sort someday. What they did not find was any evidence that related to objects cited to space travelers. Fortune in his presentation showed how he eliminated instead each known probable cause and the sightings, leaving him to extraterrestrial as the only remaining in many cases fortunate background of the astronautical engineer and technical intelligence. After winning tonight, one of the UFC fighters took the mic and said Michelle Obama is a man. That's wild. That's wild. That is crazy. Wow. That is something that was unexpected. There you go. Thanks for filling me in on that. Project Officer Blue Book for 15 months could not be cited. However, the panel could not accept any of the cases cited by him because they were raw, unevaluated reports. Terrestrial explanations of the sightings were suggested in some cases. In others, the time of the sighting was so short as cause of suspicion of visual impressions. It was noted by the Godsmint and others that extraterrestrial artifacts, if they did exist, are no cause for alarm, rather than they are in the realm of natural phenomena. Subject scientific study, just as cosmic rays were at the time of their discovery 20 to 30 years ago. This was an attitude in which Dr. Robertson did not concur, as felt that such artifacts would be immediate to the great concern not only to the U.S. but to all countries. Nothing like a common threat to unite the people. Dr. Page noted that the present astronomical knowledge of the solar system makes the existence of these intelligent beings, as we know the term elsewhere, that on Earth extremely unlikely, and that the concentration of their attention by any controllable means confirmed that the contentment of the Earth quite preposterous. Quite preposterous. Hilarious Jethro. Okay. And Motion of Utah sighting. This case was considered significant because of the excellent documentary evidence of the form of chondrochrome motion picture films, about 1,600 frames. The panel studied these films of the case history of the addict's interpretation of the received briefing by representations of the USN Photo Interpretation Laboratory. On their analysis of the film, this team had explained approximately 1,000 man-hours of professional and sub-professional time in the preparation of the graph plots of individual frames of the film showing apparent and relative motion of the objects, variation in their light intensity. It was the opinion of PIL representatives that the objects sighted were not birds, balloons, or aircraft. They were not reflections because there was no blinking while passing through 60 degrees of the area, and were therefore self-luminous. Plots of motions and variations in light intensity of the objects were displayed. While the panel members were impressed of the evidence of enthusiasm, industry, extent, effort of PIL team, they could not accept the conclusion reached. Some reasons for this was as follows. A semi-spherical object can readily produce a reflection of the sunlight without blinking through 60 degrees of the travel. Although no data was available on the albedo of the birds or polyethylene balloons in bright sunlight, the apparent motions, sizes, and brightness of the objects were considered strongly to suggest birds, particularly after the panel viewed a short film showing high reflectivity of seagulls in the bright sunlight. PIL description of the objects cited in as circular bluish white in color would be expected in case of specular reflections of sunlight from the convex surfaces where the brilliance of the reflection would obscure other portions of the object. Objects in the Great Falls case were believed to have probably been aircraft and the bright lights such as reflections. There was no valid reason for the attempt to relate the objects and trimotion sighting of those in the Great Falls sighting. This may have been due to misunderstandings in their directive. The objects in the Great Falls sighting are strongly suspected of being reflections of aircraft known to have been in the area. Intensity change in the turmotion lights was too great for acceptance of the PIL hypothesis that apparently motion changing intensity of the lights indicated extremely high speed in some orbital paths. Apparently, the guidance of the investigators by those familiar with UFO reports, explanations, analysts of the light intensity of the objects made from duplicate rather than original film. The original film was noted to have much lighter background, affecting relative brightness of objects. And objects appeared much less bright. Method of obtaining data of light intensity appeared faulty because of instability of the equipment and questionable assumptions and making averages of readings. No data had been obtained on the sensitivity of the catachrome film of light various intensities using the same camera type at the same lens openings. All right. Hand jitter frequencies obtained from early parts of the termination film were not removed from the plots of the single pass plots. The end of the film, the panel believed strongly that the data available at the sighting was sufficient for positive identification. Of further data is obtained by photographing polyethylene polyethylene pillow balloons released near the attic near similar weather conditions. Checking, I see you do. Checking bird flights and reflections and characteristics with competent anthropologists and calculating apparent of the G-force exciting point upon objects from their apparent track. It was concluded that the results of such tests would probably lead to credible explanations of the value of education or training programs. However, the panel noted that in technical manpower, efforts require to follow up and explain every one of the thousands of more reports received through channels each year. 19,000 and no, 1,900. So it would be 1900 in 1952. Cannot be justified. It was felt that there will be sightings for which complete data is lacking, that can only be explained with disproportionate efforts with long time delay, if at all. The long delay in explaining a sighting tends to eliminate any intelligence value. The educational or training program should have as major purpose of the elimination of popular feeling that every sighting, no matter how poor and data, must be explained in detail attention should be directed, their requirements among the scientists, that a new phenomena to be accepted. And Duke said Michelle Obama is a man. And it must be completely and conveniently documented. In other words, the burden of proof is on the citer, not explainer. Potential related dangers. The potential members were agreement with OSI operation opinion that although evidence of any directive threat from those sightings was wholly lacking, relation dangers might well exist resulting from the misidentification of actual enemy aircraft by defense personnel. Overloading of emergency reporting channels with false information, noise to single ratio analog, analog and Barker. Subjectively of public to mass hysteria and greater vulnerabilities to possible enemy psychological warfare. Although not concerned to the CIA, the first of the two of these problems may seriously affect the air defense intelligence system and should be studied by experts, possibly under ADC. If UFOs became discredited in recreation, reaction of the flying saucer scare, or if the reporting channels are saturated with false and poorly documented reports, our capability of detecting hostile activity will be reduced. Dr. Page noted that more competent screening or filtrating of the reported sightings as near the source is required, and that this can best be accomplished by educational programs. Geographic locations of unexplained sightings. The map prepared by the Attic showing geographic locations of officially reported unexplained sightings, 1952 only. Yeah, exactly, Reed. And the prepared by ATIC showing geographic locations of officially reported unexplained sightings in 1952 only was examined by the panel. Alien, on the fight, once one of the fighters won, he said that he wanted to thank Jesus and that Michelle Obama is a man. It was hilarious. Yeah. It's very, very funny. Yeah. It's good that he thanked Jesus too. Yeah, it sounds like it was very entertaining. Geographic locations of unexplained sightings. The map prepared by Antic showed that geographic locations officially were 1952 was examined by the panel. This map showed clusters in certain strategic areas, such as Los Alamos. This might be explained on the basis of 24-hour watchful guard. Yeah, remember that cracked me up when I heard about that. Oh, the main fight's about to start. Oh, excellent. Yeah, definitely viral. Viral. All right, Jethro, Mookie wants to know if you're still here, lurking. Awareness of the security measures near the locations. One of the other hand, there had been sightings in vicinity of sensitive relating AE establishments, but there were occasionally multiple cases of unexplained sightings in the non-strategic areas. Furthermore, there appeared to be no logical relationship to population. Moki has a link for Jethro. Okay. So Jethro is here, he can click that link. Red Panda. I'm going to read this for everybody what she just sent. All right. Just in the White House, UAP Science Advisory Council members have announced Dr. Avi Loeb, Harvard's theoretical physicist, founder and Galileo Project, former chair Harvard's astronomy department, head best-selling author of Extraterrestrial Tapped, to lead new UAP Science Advisory Council appointed to the White House on AARO and ODNI. The Dr. Regina Sarmiento Galileo, project researcher whose work focuses on AI-assisted data analysis management, joining the council, apply machine learning to techniques to UAP data. Proof: a Gary Nolan, Stanford psychology professor, Moki said, "I don't even know what this panel is or what has why it has been created. I feel like I'm being punked or something." It definitely seems like we're getting punked, yeah. Dr. Tim Gal Dr. Tim G, oceanographer and former acting NOAA administrator and rear admirable, contributing oceanographic expertise to Council's analysts maritime UAP encounters. Dr. Janice Valhayer, Los Angeles psychologist, developer of future-directed therapy and author of Think Forward to Thrive, joining to study the psychological impact of potential disclosure on the public. Matthew S., psychologist specializing in instrumentation, detector, and technology, appointed to lead instrumentation data collection of methods for council. Dr. Devish, researcher and numerological analyst and astrophysicist, recruited to apply the computal modeling techniques to UAP phenomena. Professor Scoffish, cultural anthropologist and co-founder of the Soul Foundation with a PhD from UC Berkeley, author Metro Metaphysics, bringing an anthropological lens on how humans might interpret non-human intelligence. Dr. Michael Schemmer, founder and publisher of Skeptic magazine, long since communications known applying critical thinking. Hello, Shell. It's you. Shell said the pools. Thanks for saying something. I just started watching. Awesome. Roughly Memphis. So, founder and publisher of the Skeptic magazine, longtime science communicator known for applying critical thinking, anomaly investigation methods, including public wager of Loeb and alien technology disclosure. So Dr. Richard Galileo project and Jethro is still here. So Jethro, I'm reading you something that he wanted me to tell you all about. So post documentation, fellow trained of the University of Cambridge, of AI-driven data analyst. So she has a link right there for you to check out. Oh, hey, Callie, welcome back. Analyst tool, and Dr. Omar, specialist combining data management of AI and human psychology, appointed to handle the Council of Infrastructure. So Dr. A.V. Loeb, and Harvard chair astronomer and best-selling author, is to lead a UAP scientific advisory council appointed by the White House, AARO, and ODNI. And Jethro thanks Moki for the link, and he's looking at it. Okay. All right. So going into more into the files is that the awareness of security measures near such locations. On the other hand, there has been sightings on the vicinity of sensitive related AE established, while there were occasionally multiple cases of unexplained sightings in non-strategic areas. Furthermore, there appeared to be no logistical relationship to population entries. The panel could find no ready explanation for these clusters. It was noted, however, that if territorial artifacts were to be observed, it would be likely that they would be seen first near foreign areas rather than central U.S. Yes, Callie, Mermaid is here, lurking. Right. Instrumentation to obtain data. The panel was of the option that the president of the ATTIC program to place 100 introspective 35mm stereo cameras in the hands of various airport control tower operators. Probably produce little value data related to UFOs. However, it was recognized that such action would tend to allay public concern in the subject until an educational program had taken effect. It was believed that procurement of these cameras was partially the result of public pressure. In July 1952, with the poor results of the year-long Project Twinkle program, 24-hour instrumentation watch frames film showing nothing is distinguishable, a widespread program of sky watching would not be expected to yield much direct data of value. There was considerable discussion of possible sky patrol by amateur astronomers, Hynek, and wide-angle cameras. Dr. Page and Dr. Robertson pointed that they're at present in considerable faction. The sky is now and has been for many years under surveillance. Every clear night, several meteor and aurora observing programs as well as the sky mapping programs at the various locations listed below. Although the attention of those astronomers is largely directed toward identified rather than identified objects, no case of any striking identified objects is known to Dr. Page or Dr. Hynek. Such as objects would be most certainly to be reported if found on patrol or plates. A case was cited where an astronomer refused to interrupt his exposure in order to photograph an alleged sighting in a different part of the sky. This led to Dr. Hynek to say that if a program of watching could be adjunct in planned astronomical programs, little would be involved that training astronomical personnel might photograph a sighting of unidentified objects. Location of some of these programs and their directors believed to be Harvard University, Cambridge, New Mexico, Whipple, and the Urix Observatory, University of Chicago, and Fort Davis, Texas. Several programs in no, not millennial, but in that's basically what it is. Millennial. Aora. Interesting, the Kuiper. You talk about the Kuiper belt. And, no, not Kuiper, it was Cooper. But it's basically the Kuiper belt. And Morgan, wide angle camera. Yeah, the Kuiper belt asteroids. It was agreed by the panel that no government-sponsored program of optical national wide sky patrol is worthwhile at the present time, and that encouragement of the amateur astronomers and undertake such a program might have had adverse effect on overemphasizing flying saucer stories. In the public mind, however, the issue of radar scoop cameras for recording particular radar echoes would serve as several purposes, including that the better understanding of the radar inferences as a wall identification of UFOs. Radar problem of mutual inference. This characteristic problem of the radar operation wherein the pulse signal approximately the same frequency from the station may be picked up in scorn of the station B and show that the high-speed track of the series of dots was recognized to have probably caused a number of UFO reports. And Moki says she doesn't trust him either, Jethro. And from station for picked up on the screen of the station B and shows high-speed track of series of dots was recognized to have probably caused a number of UFO reports. This problem was underlined by information received indicating that ADC concerned in solving this problem of signal identification before serving use of very eye-shaped aircraft or guided missiles. (1955 to 1956). Dr. Berkner believed that one answer to the problem was the use of Doppler filter in receiving the circuit. Dr. Alvarez suggested that the problem might be better solved by the use of controlled jitter, wherein the operator receiving very fast tracks on the order of 1,000 to 10,000 miles per hour. Would operate in circuit which would alter slightly his station's pulse frequency rate. If the signal received the screen had been caused by mutual interference with another station, the track would now show itself as different. There is so much disinformation, hard to understand why you know what I mean. Yeah. All of the disinformation, it's really hard to see what is really and what is really not. Yeah. From the center of the screen, if it still appeared as if Dr. Alvarez felt such technical solution was simpler but cost much less than the Doppler filter. Unexplained cosmic ray phenomena. Two reported cases were examined, one in the Palomar Mountain, California, in October 1949, which cosmic ray counters went off the scale for a few seconds. Apparently, while a V of flying saucers was observed visually in two series of observations by the Los Alamos Birdwatcher Association. From August 1950 to January 1951, when cosmic ray coincidence counters behaved poorly, circuit diagrams and records were available for the latter, and Dr. Alvarez was quickly to point out that recorded data were undoubtedly due to instrumental effects that would have been recognized as such by more experienced observers. Yeah, I see Duke, and he has a UFO, and he's flying around in one of the UFOs. Shout out to Duke. I see him with his UFO. Recorded data were undoubtedly due to the implication that radioactive effects were correlated with unidentified flying objects, and these two cases was therefore rejected by the panel. All right, and Moki has a link for Jethro, and he can go and look at that link and look at the comments section. Educational program. The panel's concept of a broad educational program integrating efforts of all concerned agencies was that it should have two major aims: training and debunking. Uh, Pools says to Shell, of course. Educational program. The panel's concept of a broad educational program efforts of all concerned agencies was that it should have two major aims: training and debunking. Training aim would result in proper recognition of unusually illuminated objects, balloons, aircraft, and reflections, as well as natural phenomena, meteors, fireballs, and mirages, no mirages, and noctulant clouds. Oh, right. That is perfectly normal to feel that way, and it's really, it was such a beautiful morning, and then that has to happen. I condolences to his family and the fans and stuff. But yeah, Mermaid shows you how life can be so short, and the world lost a really cool person. So yeah, definitely a normal grieving process that I also feel too. Both visual and radar recognition concerns. Yeah, he was only 32. Hey, Frog. Great to see you. Glad to have you with us. Chat again, as always. Shout out to Frog and his thong. So, both visual and radar recognition are concerned. There would be many. Yeah. Levels and such education from enlisting personnel to command and research personnel. Okay, Saw. See you in the garden. The morning if you go to sleep. Levels education from enlisted personnel and command research personnel, relative emphasis and degree of explanation of different programs would correspond to categories of duty. Radar operations, pilots and control tower operators, and ground observe corps personnel and officers, enlisted men in other categories. This training should result in the marked reduction of reports caused by misidentifications and results of confusion. Yeah, Jerry, howdy to you, Frog. It is always great to have you in chat. And Ribbit, hilarious. Yeah, the Ribbit. This training should result in the marked reduction in reports caused by misidentification and results in confusion. Oh, thank you, Frog. Appreciate it. The debunking aim would result in reduction in public interest in flying saucers, which evokes a strong psychological reaction. This education could be accomplished by mass media such as television, motion picture, and popular articles. Basis of such education would be actual case of histories which have been puzzling at first but later explained, and the case conjuring tricks that least the simulation of secret is known. Such as program should tend to reduce current gullibility of the public and consequently their susceptibility to clear hostile propaganda. The panel noted that the general absence of the Russian propaganda base and subject with so many possibilities for exploitation, and that indicated the possible Russian official policy. Lori said, "I just woke up, been sleeping to avoid the headache and the heat." Oh, okay. Oh, Frog was a bad boy. He was showing himself in his a frog was showing himself in his thong, and it was just too majestic for YouTube to handle. So they had the algorithm had to get him out, but that is just a silly Timu tube. And oh, okay, Lori understood, but yeah, it's a lot of people like these kind of things. Is like white noise, I think it's called, or something like that. It's where you like listen to a radio in the background and you just kind of do something else. That's what a lot of this stuff is. But it's interesting stuff, but it's all good. However people want to listen to it. This file I'm explaining right here is explaining about basically the government board saying the aliens were not really a threat and they're going to use the media to try to make them look bad. Frog Incognito hopping back in on tube. Oh, hilarious Frog. And based on subject with so many obvious possibilities for exploitation might indicate a possible Russian official policy. Members of the panel had various suggestions related to the planning of such educational program. It was felt strongly that psychologists familiar with mass psychology and should advise on the nature and extended program. In this connection, Dr. Haley, Central Protection University, was suggested Central Authority invasion. Mogi said, Frog is too sexy for YouTube. Yep, exactly. That is true. It was just too much for YouTube to comprehend. Hilarious, Lori. Yes, Mogi is slinging his thong around too much. Yeah, exactly. Mars, a study of psychological panic written about famous. Oh, this is War of the Worlds. This is about War of the Worlds right here. All right, connection to Haley Central Princeton University was suggested. Central authored Invasion from Mars, a study of psychology of panic, written about the famous Orson Welles radio broadcast in 1938 and has since performed advanced laboratory studies in the field of perception. The names of Don Marquis, yeah, no, of Marcus. And Leo Rothstein was mentioned as possibly sustainable as consultant psychologists, also someone familiar with the mass communication techniques. Laud, yes. And techniques, perhaps advertising expert would be helpful. Author Godfrey uh, was mentioned as possible valuable charmal of communication researching a mass audience of certain levels of Dr. Berkner suggested that U.S. Navy Special Defense Center, or LI, as potentially viable organization as to assist in such an educational program. The teaching techniques used by this agency artifact identification during the past war was cited as example for similar educational tasks. Jan Handico, which made World War II training films, was also suggested as well as Walt Disney Incorporated animation cartoon. Dr. Hynek suggests that the amateur astronomers in U.S. might be potential sources for enthusiastic talent to spread the gospel, so to speak. No, enthusiast aesthetic talent to spread the gospel, quote unquote. It was believed that the business clubs, high schools, colleges, and television stations would be pleased to cooperate in the showing of documentary type motion pictures if prepared for interesting manner. The use of true case showing that the first mystery and then explanation would forceful to plan to execute such a program. uh, Frog said they sent the note saying you are off the tube because we must protect the community from you. So I would make a new account and then they would take them down. Scared. Moki said, well, to him that he does pee in pool. Yeah, sometimes Moki, when he comes on the one thing Moki that he does in the garden live is he'll tell me he's hanging out in your pool, and yeah, he's just sitting there and I'm like, ah, okay, that's what you're doing. So yeah, he does like to go into your pool specifically, also. And Shell says you could really see that one fighter's package. Exactly, Shell, right. And the panel believed it was no mean task. The current investigatory group at ATIC would, of necessity, have been closely integrated for support with repacked to only the historical cases, but the current ones. Recent cases are probably much more susceptible to explanation than older ones. First, because of ATIC experience, and secondly, their knowledge of the most plausible explanations. To the panel believed that some expansion of the attic effort would certainly be required to support such a program. It was believed inappropriate to state exactly how large a table organization would be required. The captain Ruppelt, Attic unfortunately proposed for possesses of analyzing evaluating reports. Exactly. Oh, thanks, Frog. I'm glad that you like the garden channel part. He's always been a nudist, which is troubling. And yeah, his thong is a thing that just causes mesmerization and addiction to Frog. It shines and it glows, and it's a it's truly, if magic is real, it's magic itself. Of analyzing reports of the panel of 4 officers. Right. Of analyzing evaluation reports. An analyst panel of 4 officers. A. An analyst panel of 4 officers. B. 4 officers investigators. C. Briefing officers. D. An ADC liaison officer. C. A weather and balloon data officer. F. An astronomical consultant. G. A group of leader with administrative assistant and emerks and stratigraphers. Moki, he makes a fortune. You know, he became a millionaire over that. He could go buy the Lamborghini Huracan because of that. Yeah. This proposal met with Frogs OnlyFans, right? This proposal met with generally favorable comment. The final believed that with Antics support that the educational program training debunked outlined about might be required the minimum of 1.5 to 2 years. At the end of this first, dangers related to flying saucers should have been greatly reduced, not eliminated. Cooperation with other military services and agencies concerned would be a necessity in investigating the significant cases. Controlled experiments might be required. Lord. Yes. Oh yes, Frog. That's another one that has a lot of money in it too. Yes, yes, absolutely. Yeah, Frog. I remember I was watching one of my old streams and I saw the Frog account wasn't there, so I was like, oh no, they must have got to him. Yeah, we miss our Frog. Would be the photographing of pillow balloons at different distances under similar weather conditions at the IAT. The help of one of 2 psychologists and writers and subcontractor produce training films when necessary in addition. The panel considered the ATIC's efforts temporarily expanded necessary could be most useful in implementing many action taken results of its recommendations, experiments, and records of ATIC would be of value in both the public and educational and service training program investigated Dr. Robinson. At least it was the option that after public availability, lens at the service of organizations such as ADC had been trained to AIFT and more readily explained spurious sightings. There would be still role for very modest size attic sections. Yeah, a free Frog Lives Matter, free frog. still be a role for a very monosized attic section cope with the residue of the items of possible scientific investigation intelligence value. The section should concentrate energetically follow up. Perhaps the advanced qualified Air Force Scientific Advisory Board members. Those cases which seemed to indicate the evidence of unconventional enemy artifacts, reports of such artifacts would be expected to arise mainly from Western outposts in far closer proximity to the Iron Curtain than the Lubbock, Texas. Yeah, we are the Hot Mess Express together. Yeah, that that's hilarious. Official investigating groups. The panel took cognizance of the existence of such groups as the Civilian Flying Saucer Investigators, Los Angeles, and Aerial Phenomena Research organizations. It was believed that such organizations should be watched because of their potential. Yeah, we are so silly. We are the strays. Yeah, we are the outcasts. Oh yeah, a frog. Yeah. Here. Great influence on mass thinking of the widespread sightings should occur that the spacecraft of irreversibility and the possible use of such groups for subsurface possesses should be kept in mind. The number of sightings. The consensus of the panel was based upon history of the subject that number of sightings could reasonably suspect to increase again that summer. This summer, okay. Not this summer, that summer. Dear Mr. Becker, confirming our brief conversation in the hall of other day, and close the memorandum from General Maxwell of the subject. We will advise you when we receive the report referenced in this memo. You know, I guess they caught on to Frog's podcast, his stream he did in South America in front of all the people on that tin roof. So they got onto him. Closure, Mr. Lufus Becker. Okay. Part of Defense Security Information. All right. For Chapman RDB subject radar phantoms. Number one, at our conference. Okay, Frog. Thanks for hopping over here and have a good night. I look forward to seeing you again soon. At our conference here the other day with Mr. Becker, Mr. Clark, and General Samford, it was agreed that we would evaluate the radar phantoms from the viewpoint of the seriousness of the problem to the Air Defense Command. Inquiries made at the appropriate sections of the Air Staff did not disclose any undue concern over the phantoms. I believe this is because in war and in peace, the problem of identifying vast number of aircraft tracked seen by air defense radar is confusing factor of much great magnitude. Alien, that has to be it. There's a couple of pages left. This file part consists of 40 pages. Tracks seen by the air defense radars factors of much greater magnitude. However, to make sure that we are over the looking import concentrations, the Air Force has asked the Air Defense Command to study this problem to make recommendations. This then is interim report to you because it may be several weeks before the answer arrives from Air Force Defense Command. Oh, he said, take care, frog, and clean up after yourself when you are in the pool. Hilarious, yeah, shut the frog. Naturally, there is general concern about the radar phantoms and larger problem because unable to emphasize percentage of the report. However, the consensus seems to be that the great deal of activity and study is going to be this field, which will do much for clarify the situation subject of the anomalous radar. Propagation has been under study for some time. We'll continue to appropriate the emphasis. Tactical intelligence infusion aspect, it is also my feeling that whereas formerly subject of scientific men, answer will be explained. Alright, subject flying saucers. The flying identified objects have been the subject of Air Force observation and analysis because of the possibility of such an object might conceivably be attack of the U.S. If they are not, it is conceivable that enemy might be advantage of the confusion to create by the flying saucers and his convenience some air weapons against the United States. Oh yeah, she makes her kids fish them out. Right. Thus far, Defense Department conducted research. This area has been confined effort by A2 through ATIC with result that an explanation has been provided on all but 20% of the total 1,500 reported sightings of flying saucers. Determination of scientific capabilities of the USSR to create a controlled flying saucer as a weapon against the United States is primarily concern of the CIA OSI. Review of existence of information does not lead to conclusion that saucers are USSR created or controlled. It is viewed that the OSI that connects to intelligence information on capabilities of the USSR produce, launch, and control flying saucers. Analysis of data might be collected cannot be very effective until there is adequate she had her premiere earlier. It was. I saw it. It was a good show. It was a good show. The channel's cool. Control of flying saucers and analysis might be conducted. It cannot be very effective until there is adequate fundamental scientific research. Wants to clarify nature of flying saucers, whereby insanely identified. Conclusions. There is investigation of fundamental scientific research. Primary response to the Defense Department. The DCI should dispatch Secretary Lovett lines attached to the cover sheet explaining the IAC, while prospered letters submitted to attach. It is as far as early review as the persistent state of our knowledge regarding flying saucers for psychological warfare planners to start planning on how the United States might use flying saucers against the enemy. When intelligence has submitted the national estimated on the flying saucers, there will be the time and basis for public policy reduce, restrain mass hysteria. Flying identified objects. Uh, Attached a proposed letter of Secretary Lovett from the availability of DCI recommended that the intention in intonation of the fundamental scientific research with respect to the nature and cause of the identified flying objects, flying saucers. While it is recognized that the implications of the flying saucers are primarily concerned for the Department of Defense, requested approximately assistant need to carry out responsibility, IAC proposed letter of Secretary of Defense. The IAC reviewed the stations concerning identified flying objects, which have caused extensive speculation in the press and have been subject of concern to government organizations. The Air Force, within the limitations of the manpower which could be devoted into subject, has thus far carried the full responsibility of investigations, analyzing individual reports of the sightings. Since 1947, approximately 1,500 official reports, sightings, have been received, and of these, about 20% are yet unexplained. It is my view that of the AIC that this station has possible implications for our national security with respect to the vulnerability of the U.S. to my pleasure, Moki. Indeed. Okay, let's see here. All right. And it is a very fun deep dive indeed of the enemy and create such a phenomenon against the U.S. unless we first determine through scientific research whether or not such phenomena can in fact be generated and controlled by humans. It therefore recommended that Department of Defense undertake an expanded scientific research program that reveal the nature of various phenomena which causing these sightings and means which by these phenomena may identified immediately. It recommended that in such project there be close cooperation between conducting the research and scientific and technological intelligence. AIC agencies are prepared to do their part in such projects. Okay, so that is the completion of that file, those 42 pages. Um, President. Okay, this one is 1958 CIA Memordium discussing a phone conversation with Dr. Leon David regarding concerns about destroyed space message and its transmitter. A redacted version of the Memordium has been available on CIA's public website. We have contacted Dr. Davidson. Hilarious, Lori. Like a distressed chicken. Scared. We have contacted Dr. Davidson by telephone, advising him that we cannot resolve his problem concerning the space message and its transmitter because records on the matter have been destroyed by Everlasting Agency. Davidson accepted this statement with the comment that had been told this before, that he now has second article on precipitation concerning the Air Force handling of the space sightings of the hands of the Pentagon secretly reviewing people, which has thought from the press to them. He hinted that they might wish to take up again in a later date of the matter of the particular message. We appreciate that there have been many cooks in the kitchen on the dish that has results of extraordinary, non-communicational, and evasive answers. We were instructed to grieve. Davidson was perhaps the only one postal if we were avoid crossing up previous statements of our own. The other involved agencies to this, but answer was hardly fair to Davidson. One not likely to be fully accepted by him. reference the telephone conversation disclosed that there is nothing in the records to show Davidson knew he was dealing with the agency in contacts with Walker. Yeah, it's very cool. It's like a time capsule. Walker and Sketch that this fact and effect had been made to conceal the CIA identity from him recently, sure that when Davidson talked to his court appeals building conference room, he knew very well with which dealing and Davidson telephone convenience that your agency, which is the CIA, we sure had them Davidson. All right. This is a CIA 1950 information report from Chile discussing a German scientist article theorizing flying discs could be explained as a new type of aircraft base participants developed in German research facilities during after World War One, using rotating cylinders or gas turbines to create a lift through boundary manipulate rather than a conventional wings. A redacted version of this report has been available on the website. Oh, and Lori, by the way, on my shop section of my channel is active now. I fixed it earlier today, after the stream earlier, because I was looking at it and I told we have to do this again, and it got fixed. So the merch thing is on the shopping area of the channel. Like if you go to like shopping or whatever it's called, or it's there now. I also have a Darrell Brooks merch. Yeah, and attached to information or transaction. Mystery of the Flying Discs. Though continuously reappearing reports on the appearance of new mysterious aircraft of unknown construction should be considered with severe skepticism as a result of the sort of mass hypnosis. Nevertheless, some of the detailed and coinciding accounts of the technically trained observers deserve attention and permit to draw conclusions as the probable classification of these new artifacts. Since so far the observers have been made mainly in the dark, the Hawaii means that only luminous parts of the craft are visible. Every report brings description of shining discs or oracles. If one should discard the observed conjuring, no, not conjuring, but conjecture that these artifacts originating from beyond the Earth, then it is easy to arrive at the conclusion that the shining circles bear relation to the exhaust of the rotary gas turbine. The possibility exists that the rotor turbine used at the same time stabilizing the top is therefore fixed vertically to the level of other turbine rings. The darkness produces the effects of the ring of Saturn. These observations remind me of a completely new type of aircraft which was developed during the years I worked at the research plant of Professor Junkers and Dolgasu, which was attached to the airplane factories known all over the world. Do not know how many of my coworkers are still alive today, but I know that Dr. Book professor at the Technical High School in Berlin and was at time chief friend of many years has been deported to the Soviet Union. The name of the Professor Bach was never widely known due to his modest Oberaktor, but he may have been the greatest genius of German airplane theoretics. Later in a view, his extraordinary fallacies, was named head of the constructor of the Ministry of German Airways and director of the German Institute of Airways Research and the Berlin Alder Arahoff. In order to explain the wider circle to the readers, the basic idea of the aircraft, I should like to submit the first of the following explanations. The first physician and mathematician considered the new science of aerospace dynamics after the commencement of the purely experimental development of aircraft construction was Russian professor Jukolwaki of Moscow. Before the First World War, and together with my esteemed teacher, Dr. Kuta, from the Technical High School of Stuttgart, Germany, he developed the theory that airplane wing-beam professor that established that the famous differential equation of the boundary of the stratum, which for the first time throws light in process of current particles, and which in any explanations of these first time theoretically reasons why planetary can bear a loud while moving forward through the air. Since then, Huta Jukolwaki theory airplane wing beam has been foundation of all aerospace dynamics. As already mentioned, the ore of this work, so-called boundary layers, which consists of layer of air which transition of velocity of zero, velocity of hovering objects takes place. If the object is streamlined, then the boundary will endeavor not too severe. Endeavor not severe. Whirlwinds will naturally always function economically. It'll always tries to avoid loss of energy. And therefore, a planetary would rather bear weight that cause disruption of the course of the Aurens and lets the wing drop. Logistical conclusions based on these theoretical discoveries were obvious. Already in the year 1915, Professor H.C. Brahman, also Technical High School of Strasgrot, received potential on this split wig through which the artificial interruption of the course of current, tearing of the boundary, and consequent building of dimensional of landing speed would attain this. All right, and let's see. The procedure was later applied to the great extent of the fighter plane in July under the name dive variable. This patent had handed to English factory and after World War One, which explains that the name of Handley Page Splitwig is more widely known. However, developments proceeded. It was practically the aerodynamic experimental institute of the Göttingen universe directive and renowned professor of Betz and Flettner, which drew its conclusions from theory of aeroplane wing beam. Flettner provided that conclusions of a rotating object are similar to those which appear translutration movement, thus evolved in flattened rotor. Professor Junkers, head of the well-known airplane works in Dezhou, Dezhou, in 1915 received the path-breaking patent of one-piece metal wing without junctures, ordered the research group, which headed by Professor Dr. Book, to which I had the honor of belong, investigate to what extent the uplift of a wing could increase through the attachment of the flattened rotor, the shape of the cylinder turning a great speed. The cylinder was thirds of the length of the wing. It was installed in the nose of the wing where it could base adapt to the wing's profile. To assist with the aerodynamic problems, Gothenburg University sent Professor Pandit to experiment turned out extremely difficult and involved many casualties. Purely technical questions of the speedy uplift and cylinder of the light construction could not be solved at the time. Inexplainable vibrations and axle braggles occurred time after time, which Professor Junkers ordered the investigation, with which we are occupied for months, not just less than all the experiments and pilots of the First World War, and turbine could produce a direct uplift of the cylinder. However, since more pressing problems awaited the solution, experiments with this type of aircraft were interrupted. Meanwhile, the Aerodynamic Experimental Institution of Göttingen made a new enlightening discoveries. Professor of Botts found that super Oenio speeds, such as those produce quickly rotating propeller, creating extremely new conditions. This investigation, however, needed the furnishing of the wind tunnel for supersonic speeds, which could only be built many years later, and which, after the war, was forwarded to the United States, where it greatly amazed all scientists. Now light was ahead of the rainy things, and it was found that the tearing of the boundary stranium speeds much greater in resistance that an object with full atmospheric pressure, particularly the hangs of the upper layer, of all the theoretically experiences the same uplift in the objects of the surface water. The converting of the relations found in research reality, however, needed solution to the starting force through a Gabriel turbine, another evaluation machine of the instrument. Many het for unexplained phenomenon found in an explanation. For example, it had often been observed that the range of quality rotating missiles, drow whirling, much greater than could be explained according to the laws of ballistics. Explanations were sought for such that the air resistance Jurassics were growing speeds. Today was we know as the quickly rotating missile swim in the eroding layers of the air. Therefore, loose parts of their weight. Full clarification was brought about only with supersonic speeds, which were obtained in the experiment which with the rocket V2, and arrived in the flight of many hundreds of thousands of kilometers, which can only be explained by the way in which the missile literally hang in the air and surprise the specialized scientists the world over. The astounding results of the German V2 was not less than that which is produced today, the appearance of the mysterious flying discs. In the same way which indigenous disagreements of Professor Junkers pointed that the airplane construction of the whole world, thus also his idea that the Flettner rotors have been revolutionary effect. Airplanes this type must have much enormous capability and particularly comparable to amphibious planes in the same size. The lack of uplift produced by the Flettner rotors can easily be achieved through oblique position of the entire airplane. With a positive starting angle, the conception of the enormously high starting speed, the attaching of the speedily rotating tops assures side ability. There it is also possibility that the attaching horizontal propellers of the helicopter type, and what the question of the starting force, the safety of such an aircraft, stands and falls starting force of the Olanders and mentioned before. The only development of the gas turbine burning solution needs constant consistence only for rotating parts and works with independently of the steam engine. This is the reason why they had these flying saucers made by humans, is because there's so many like alien recovery operations, so they try to reverse engineer them and make them into their own thing. The future will show whether the flying discs are only the products of imagination or whether they are results of far advanced German advanced science, which possibly, as well as the nearby Finnish atomic bombs, may have fallen onto the hands of the Russians. The CIA information report from November 1955 describes U.S. nationals' eyewitness account of triangular aircraft with wing lights launched in a steep angle from airfield near Baku, Azerbaijan, October 4, 1955. Redacted version of the report has been available on CIA's public website. Correct, Lori. Loves Jesus. Correct. They were shooting them down to retrieve them to reverse engineer the technology they had in them. Right. Well, this is the CIA information report that describes U.S. national eyewitness account of triangular aircraft with wings from night. Yeah, I read that already. Okay. Oh yeah, I know, right? They came all this way just to crash. I can't believe they came all this way just to crash. Right. I know. It's a long ways to be shot down, especially with all their advanced technology. U.S. national 41-year-old publicity and advertising vice president of large U.S. corporation. His major education was the field of political science and has lectured extensively on current affairs. He has had no technical training or experience in aviation matters. He recently visited the USSR as a tourist and invitation of a senior Soviet official. A 1630 October 5, 50, October at 1633 the time, 4 October 55, a boarded the story is the person says I boarded a train at Baku for Tafels, accompany 3 of the other U.S. nationals, one of whom shared a wagon light compartment with me. The other 2 occupied the adjoining compartment. The train that very slowly making every stop. I would estimate that the overall speed at 20 miles per hour. Exactly 2 hours and 40 minutes out of Baku, and the group in the compartment next door entered my compartment and said, did you see that out there? I just saw a flying saucer." I and my compartment companion were about to laugh it off when the man from next door pointed out of the window again, and when we all saw the following sight. On on the left-hand side of the train, between the train and the Caspian Sea coast, was a large airfield. The evening was dark but clear. A huge searchlight of the field itself shone a triangular object ground which I would say probably not more than 2 missile distances from the railroad. Collectors' source first estimated that the airfield was about the miles away, but reflected change distance of the object 2 miles. Size of the object was comparable to that of the U.S. jet fighter, with a squat-shaped, and from the equatorial triangle, there were 3 lights of the object of light. It was ejected from the launching site, making it not less than 3 and not more than 7 fast spirals, and the after which it climbed extremely fast, about 45-degree angle. We watched it climb and saw it reach a high altitude. Searchologist followed it all the way. I wish to emphasize that this was no ordinary takeoff, but a launching procedure more like missile ejection. Our companion for the next door reported that this was a second large and rapid succession. I believe that the train at the time of the sightings was between 50 and 65 miles south of Baku in the Caspian Sea. But the object ascending stewartly came pointed toward the near of the car and shook his head, indicating to me that the MVD man who had borrowed the train on departure had ordered the blinds drawn. And our party had wished to make this part of the journey by air, but we were informed that in Taurus Baku that were no flights between the Baku and Tiflis. Tiflis, the in tourists of the people were surprised that our party had not flown, and there were several flights. Secret. That's a small. Well, they didn't really. Well, this is something interesting, chat. This file This is a 1957 CIA report regarding UFO sightings over Budapest. A more redacted version of this report has been available on the website. Okay, but when we go and look at it, it's not really that visible. So they must have made a glitch or something with how to read this. So we're not able to see that one here. This is the CIA Intelligence Information Report from December 1973, provided information on Soviet's Seri Shagun weapons testing range, including details about its facilities, weapons, and systems. 300 Alden warheads, rumored laser weapon research, and unidentified aerial phenomenon observed at the site. A more redacted version of this report available on CIA's public website. This report provides a limited information on the Seri Shagun weapons testing range, including facilities, work, structure fencing, and headquarters. Scared. Yeah. And a warhead checkout unit includes the information on the following systems and warheads rumored, the laser research, and unidentified aerial phenomenon. Besides the System 75 warhead site also checked out the warheads for missiles known for System 300 and Alden research. Another similar missile was being checked for Site 4 were taken 35 launching according to rumor. The missile was for anti-missile defense Orutikovo and Reketinier. Source identified as a system missiles available reference to material as the AMB. Gosh. The warhead from the system Alden missile was about 2 meters long and 80 to 100 centimeters in diameter. The war head weighed approximately 400 kilograms and contained a house unknown number of metal balls, warheads for the system, approximately 100 gray cassettes and centimeters each, which about 200-300 metal balls. Source had known regarding nuclear warheads. He opened the system could be equipped with nuclear warheads, however, stated that all done in his department basically experimental. You feel like you lived the cat's life today. Hilarious, Lori D. And Lori Loves says, what do you think the government's next drop will be? Are they building up to a big reveal? Lori Loves, yes. Apparently so. They're going to be... Apparently the president gave the okay to release biologics. So that'll be like different bodies and different craft and things like that. So allegedly we may see some more hardcore stuff. as time goes on, but we'll see for sure. But yeah, they're apparently going to release some biologics next. Not necessarily next, but in general. So I would think it would be next, but I'm not there, so I don't know for 100% for certain. According to hearsay, and experiments involving laser weapons were being conducted at an unknown locations and range. Supposedly, the tests involved powerful antennas. On evening of summer sources observations, unidentified phenomenon, Site 7, while watching a sport competition between Canada and USSR, and a television, stepped outside the air and observed an unidentified sharp, bright, green, circular object, or a mass in the sky. The object was situated west of the site, an angle of the sightings approximately 70 degrees, and altitude of the object was green. Okay, it was green. Mass would have been higher than the cloud level. Sources could not estimate the diameter of the object. Within 10 to 15 seconds, the observation, the green circles formed around the mass. Within minutes, coloring disappeared, and there was no sound such as explosion associated with this phenomenon was. There is no resultant rumors. Sources have not provided any further details. Oh, I see you, Duke. You're right there. Shout out to Duke. All right. This next one is November 1976. CIA Foreign Intelligence Information Report summarizes the Soviet airloft's involvement in aerospace medical research, including their methods of combating crew fatigue through physical conditioning and biological testing equipment that measures vital signals in 1 to 3 minutes, and discussions about UFO phenomena with a Soviet radiation biologist. More redacted version of this report have been available on CIA's public website. Airloft officials are actively involved in aerospace medical research. They are concentrated with medical aspects of physical conditioning which impinge on the crew member performance, and have perfected several devices which test pilot biological functioning and motor response ability. Dr. Inul Georgievich Akoaev noted the redactions of biologists explain cosmic ray of particles which are causing airloft pilots to see flashes of light during night flying. Dr. Aiken, cyberneticist and Civil Aviation Institute of Leningrad, showed redacted prototype of Polik biological pyrometer, testifying equipment which measures blood pressure, pulse rate, cardiovascular functioning, and motor ability. And the equipment is automatic, and testing is completed in approximately 3 minutes. The Soviets deal with crew member fatigue in several ways. First, they emphasize the promote physical conditioning. If a crew member is physically fit, it will be less prone to fatigue and will recover sooner after tiring flights. Aerofloats provides enforcing facilities at all major airports. These facilities are supervised by well-known athletic. And second thing that they do is thoroughly test each crew member prior to the flight to ensure that the physical fitness, mental alertness at the present time. These tests are conducted by a medical team headed by a doctor, usually a woman. A crew member is not allowed to fly if he fails the examine. These tests are now being automated and will take only 1 to 3 minutes, and the prototype equipment become operational. Finally, there is approach using the Forley Aritium. Each major airport has 3 to 4 story buildings set off from the main airport buildings and easily accessed, stable by foot. These facilities are well landscaped and are designed to provide total rear relaxation for the transition and transportation of the crew members and their large kitchen. Dr. Akilov asked for redacted personal opinion of UFO phenomenons. He was told that 90% of these occurrences were traceable to either man-made phenomenon or I can't really make out the other thing, and such as celestial movement. Aircraft are artificial satellites, and that of other ones present cannot be explained. Possibly the hallucination of Akilov asked, "Do you think explain possible and hallucination?" Akilov then asked, "Do you think it's possible could there be something coming from outer space?" The cyberneticist in the Civil Aviation Institution of Legendary says the development several prototypes of the pilot's testing equipment. The equipment is planned to replace most of the current duties of medical institutions. No, personnel and institutions. And airport fightings in his demonstration. A set of instructions for the pressure rate of cardiovascular electromagnetics reaction process. The device is activated by inserting a small metallic plate into the testing machine. The plate, of which is carried by the crew member, contains a biological baseline. That particular individual, his blood pressure, pulse, rate, and electrodiagram, and a motor ability coded into the metal plate. This plate is updated annually or more often if required. After the plate is inserted into the machine, the pilot places the middle finger of each hand into two little holes and rests his wrists on two small metal plates on a table. Small automatic ferroaric cups close around the fingers and inflate the machine, then measures the blood pressure pulse rate by comparing two fingers, computing mean, and then comparing the result, which encoded information on the pilot, inflate to the systolic, diastolic blood pressure and pulse rate are then on display on the face of the machine in electronic digital form, and the machine automatically administers an electrodiagram across the heart, displays this cathode ray tube, and the values outside of the normal standard for a particular individual. Light limits. Further examination required by the medical doctor of illuminates the pilot is passed. The pilot then faces a panel of red and green colored lights. On the panel are green and red colored buttons. The lights begin to illuminate a random fashion, with the pilot being required to press the corresponding color button. Immediately extinguish the colored lights. This test continues for approximately 20 to 30 seconds, during which the lights flash in random sequence. At the end of the test period, the machine scores the pilot performance, and digitality displays his score and a number of correct and wrong responses. If he scores as high or higher than his standard, he is passed. If this score is lower and a light illuminates, and further examination is required by a medical doctor. There are three separate programs which are randomly selected. Yeah, Close Encounters. Hey DJ, good to see you. And further examination required by yes, exactly. Lori Loves Jesus. Yes. How have you been doing? Well, DJ. Nice to see you. Required of medical doctor. There are three separate programs which. Oh, that's awesome, Lori. That's awesome. Right. And finally, the pilots seated before the miniature cockpit with control and stick must be moved to keep the attitude level of the indicator pitches down in front of the side, very close to duplicates, flying conditions, and control the stick is close approximately necessary pilot skills at the end of this test. The store is again displayed, and depending upon his standard, the pilot passes or falls. The entire sequence is testing from taking blood pressure, control the stick, evaluation. Oh yeah, definitely DJ. Yes. Sequence of the testing from taking blood pressure, control the stick evaluation. Approximately 3 miracles of the pilot passes all phases and personal plate along. And we must pretend the certificate card flight dispatcher before it is allowed to board the craft. Yes, that would have been good for you to have that, Lori. Exactly, the that technology. In June 1947, the Kenneth Arnold uh, Boise, Idaho, and private pilot public report, now famous sightings, chain-like formation. This shaped objects in Mount Rainier, Washington results in newspaper publicity indicate the public interest in the term flying saucer during the years since 1947. Many reports of unidentified aerial objects have been received by Air Force from many diverse sources. The unfortunate term flying saucer disk, because of its widespread and indiscriminate use, requires definition. Many definitions have been offered, one of the best being organized of Dr. J. Allen Hynek, director of Immersion Macmillan Observatory in Ohio, the state university who has taken scientific interest in the problems of unidentified aerial objects since 1949, and Hendick definition term is any aerial phenomenon or sightings that remain unexplained, the viewer at least long enough for him to write a report about it. Elaborating, each flying saucer has associations with probable lifetime. It wanders in a field in public expectation like the electron, a field of ions, until it captured the explanation which puts an end to the sentence of flying saucer. This definition would be applicable to any of all sightings which remain unidentified through his study. However, the term flying saucer shall be used hereafter in the report to mean novel airborne phenomenon manifestation, and that the part are really explainable by the fund of scientific knowledge known by the process of the free world. This would include such items as natural phenomena that are not yet completely understood by psychological phenomenon. An aircraft to be possessed by sources of larger enough numbers so the more than independent mission may have been flown and reported. Thus, these phenomenon are of the type of which should have been observed and reported for more than once. Since 1947, the public intricate of the subject unidentified objects fluctuations in more or less within reasonable limits unable to summer 1952 when frequency of reports of sightings reached a peak possible stimulated by several articles on the subject leading to popular magazines. Early 1952, the Air Force accumulated study of analysts of sightings known objects such as meteors, billions of aircraft, a few result of mild hysteria, and very few results in unfamiliar meteorological phenomena, light abbreviations, however. Significant number of fairly complete reports by reliable observers remain unexplained, although no evidence existed that unexplained reports of sightings constituted a physical threat to the security of the U.S. In March 1952, the Air Force decided that all reports identified aerial objects should investigate the evaluation of determined of flying saucers represented technological developments not to this country. Originally, the problem involved the preparation and analysis of the above 1,300 reports accumulated by the Air Force between 1947 and the end of March 1952. During the course of the work, number of reports submitted for analysts of evaluation more than tripled the results of unprecedented increase of observations during 1952, according to this study, is base of the number of reports considered to be large enough for preliminary statistical analysis, approximately 4,000 reports. This study was undertaken primarily. Think of something funny. That's why I chuckled for a second. Okay, anyway, I'm back. This study was undertaken primarily to. Hello, Passion. Great to see you. This study was undertaken primarily to categorize the available reports of sightings, determine the probability of that any reports of identified quality of data available in the study with public mind. This work was undertaken with seriousness, accordance to straightforward scientific investigations in order to establish the probability that any reports of unidentified aerial objects represented observations of flying saucers was necessary to make attempts to answer questions of what was the flying saucer. However, it must be emphasized that All right, Passion. We have found some interesting videos of various different UFO sightings. There was something about them mentioning the moon and how they thought it could have been a base of some kind for some aliens, maybe. And there was these different UFO encounters people had from like 2 years ago to 80 years ago. It was so there has been some. There's nothing extremely groundbreaking or like really crazy, but we have some new info that's come out that we think is fascinating. Flying saucers was necessarily made attempt to answer the questions what is a flying saucer. However, it must be study of determination of probability that any reports of unidentified aerial objects represented observations of flying saucers. Oh, that's awesome, Lori. That's awesome. The basic technique for the study consisted of reducing available data from sustainable far mechanical manipulation prerequisites of the application of that statistically methods of one internal business machine cooperation system was chosen the best available for mechanical equipment. Yes. Yes, the government's taking notes. Yeah, the Blubermans. The Goobermans. Yeah. Scared. Basic technique is reducing available data from manipulation and application of the preliminary statistical methods. And business machine corporation system was chosen available mechanical equipment. The reduction of DNA of data contained slightly reports into the form of suitable for transfer of IBM. Punch card was extremely difficult at the time, consuming. For the study of a panel of consultants was formed of consisting of both experts within and outside the ATIC during the course of works guidance and advice received from the panel. The professional experience available from the panel covered major scientific fields and numerous specialized fields. British activity in the field of unidentified flying objects. On 15 December, the recently arrived messenger from Britain reported a following he had talked with R.V. Jones and redacted. British have had a standing committee created about 16 months ago on flying saucers. Presumably, this is now under Dr. Jones through inheritance of the RAF, and action people. The group has concluded that the observations are not the enemy aircraft and that none have been over Britain. The activity has been quiet and normal up to about 10 to 12 days ago, at which time Yorkshire incident took place. In some RAF field, there was some sort of demonstration which high officials of the RAF in London had been invited. During the show, perfect flying saucer was seen by officials as well as RAF pilots. So many people saw the many articles appeared in public press. This disturbing that Jones became, he realized that the creation of the correction of public opinion is part of the responsibilities. You remember the IBM punch cards? Yeah, they were used a lot back in the in different technical things, and it's around that time period they used to use these things. Okay. And Jones reminded the Swedish incident and reminds us of the paper of the original Meteorites published in the French Academy of Sciences between 1760 1780 in Chilendi. The traveler told Jones of the interest of this time mentioned in the film which had been taken in the Naval Non-Commissioned Officer. While there is no indication that these objects represented a direct threat to national defense, there are certainly potential dangers to which they're related to the sightings. These are difficulty and delay to positive identification, which weaken the early warning system, altering the defense in the event of commencement and hostilities. The possibility of mass hysteria, which might be purposely induced by the enemy at a critical time by the fake reports. The possibility that emergency communications systems in command headquarters might be seriously overloaded at the critical time by such reports. It is believed that the problems of communications, confusion, and overload, the series of effects that mass hysteria must be dealt with outside of the intelligence community, and it is planned to bring these matters in the attention of the agencies which the prime region available of the reset. Another thing that we saw in one of the other documents was that they had this board that was saying the aliens, the UFO craft were not necessarily a threat to us, and they said this other thing where they didn't want to have public unrest and basically using the media as an outlet to combat these types of things. So that was something shocking to see in here. Checked mass hysteria and believed that problems would lie in Federal Civil Defense Administration and Intermediate Committee and Security. According to it is planned to bring this to the attention of the FDIC, the FDICA, through establishing channels with respect to energy communications, overloading the belief that all individual military services should examine the problem according to intend the subject at meeting Joint Communications Electronics Committee. Passion says, I wonder if that would work. Engineer a fake UFO sighting on the west of your enemy's home. Infiltrate the east when they're distracted. Yeah. And that's something that an enemy possibly could do. (1968) report about UFO sightings in Ladakh, Nepal, and UFO sightings listed as they took place between 19 of February, 25 of March 1968. More redacted versions of the report have been available on today's public website. Okay. Sightings of unidentified flying objects in Nepal in February 68. Bright objects green over South Ladakh and East Nepal and North and Western Bhutan. One white light and simultaneously one white light and simultaneously two blasting sounds that were heard. Also one reddish light followed by white smoke. Fast moving object along entity of the red and light and bright as day. Formation is rather forming, being of south, toward it from the west. Layer directed coincidentally over Nepal. More correct since the date of the timing of the flight object also coincides. 1971, the Australian review of the USAF Project Blue Book. This is the National Archives of Australia. Okay, that's a letter. The early analysts of UFO reports by ASAF intelligence indicated that real phenomena were being reported which had flight characteristics so far in advance of U.S. aircraft that only an extraterrestrial origin could be envisaged. Envisaged. A government agency, which later events indicate that to be CIA Office Scientific Intelligence (OSI), studied UFO reports with the intention of determining their UFO propulsion methods. At the time, OSI was responsible for intelligence of the foreign research, development, nuclear, and missile matters. The CIA became alarmed at the overloading of military communications during the mass sightings of 1952, considered a possibility that the USSR might take advantage of such a situation. As a result, OSI, acting through the Robertson Panel meeting of mid-January 1953, persuaded the USAF Project Blue Book as a means of publicly debunking UFOs, and later staged the allocate funds for Avro advanced saucer aircraft and launching of a crash program into the anti-gravity power. See, anti-gravity, that's a big factor there. The internet programs, decades ahead of the normal scientific development, would indicate that the US government acknowledged the existence of advanced aircraft which presumably used a gravity control method of propulsion. An additional motivation could have been the fear that the USSR would achieve this goal before the USA. By erecting a facade of ridicule, the US hoped the ally would public alarm reduce the possibility of a Soviet taking advantage of UFO mass sightings for either Yes, absolutely. Possibility of Soviet taking over UFO mass sightings for either psychological or artificial warfare purposes, act as a cover for the real US program of developing vehicles that emulate UFO performances. The RAAF, together with many other countries of the world, rose. This is from the Department of War. It's from the CIA website. Yeah. And this is from the UFO files that were released. These are redacted, unredacted files, and this is specifically from the Australian government, collaboration with them. The RAF, together with many countries of the world, give credence to the only USAF public facade to appear to have uncritically accepted the association information. This information has been widely discredited by retiring U.S. service personnel formerly engaging in UFO investigations, as well as by scientists and private citizens. The conclusion of the Condon report conflict with its own contents and has been discredited by many reputable scientists, including the UFO scientific consultant of the USAF, accordance. With the recommendations of the Condon report, the Project Blue Book was terminated, but presumably this would have little effect on the main program. It would appear wrong for Australia to remain ignorant of the true situation. We lack the intelligence viewpoint that can assess the nature of the possible consequences of the problem, a scientific viewpoint that could derive scientifically valid data from reports and public relations viewpoints that can honestly satisfy public interest. To overcome these deficiencies and the Australian investigation of UFOs, it would seem that the strong case exists for acceptance of RAAF suggestion. Another government department assume responsibility for investigation and analysis of UFO reports. The U.S.'s official attitude towards UFOs. In June of 1947, the Air Technical Intelligence Center, ATIC, near Dayton, Ohio, which is where a lot of bases are around there, assumed the responsibility of investigating the initial reports of flying saucers. When a month was considered the phenomena were real and probably of Soviet origin. By the end of the year, when ATIC was officially authorized to investigate under Project Code name assigned and with high priority, most of the investigators were focused on the interplanetary rather than a Soviet origin. These opinions were crystallized into a written estimate that was sent to the Pentagon in September 1948. When interplanetary conclusions were rejected on the grounds of insufficient hard Wright-Patterson AFB, hard evidence, a reaction set at ATIC against trying to unravel the UFO problem. In February 1949, the ATIC personnel on Project Sign were replaced with new personnel and to form the Grudge, a definite attempt was made during 1949 on Project Grudge to destroy any acceptance of UFOs. You see, I told y'all they're trying to make the UFOs look, they're trying to say they were not true, but they were true. The motives for this are not clear. Possibly Air Force embarrassment at being incapable of controlling the situation, and or fear of national panic prompted of USAF to try and remove the problem by denying its existence. Another possible motive may have been provided breathing space for another investigative agency to reach some conclusion that the agency had been assisting ADIC through 1948, and contrary to official USAF policy, was maintaining a high level of intersect during 1949. This governmental agency was not the FBI and had recent nuclear, I guess, I'm not too sure, Nuclear intelligence experts. Their purpose was to study UFO reports in an effort to gather design data on interplanetary spaceships in light of later developments. This agency was almost certainly the CIA. Okay. Project Grudge failed to eliminate the UFO problem. UFO reports in 1949 actively exceeded the number of 1948, and several people who had gained access to earlier official reports were able to contradict the USAF. Journalists generally felt that grunge reporting represented a cover to more serious knowledge. Eventually, USAF intelligence decided that the fresh approach to the problem was necessary. Between September 1951 and estimated Project Blue Book in March 1952, the UFO investigation regained inadequate financial administration support to once again analyst the collection of Project Blue Book was available to process the data from 320 3,200 reports into the form of sustainable or suitable their constituents be able to use the IBM card. Archives of Australia. National Archives of Australia. Lori L. says, must have been many people deemed insane for coming forward with their experiences. Oh yeah, definitely. Thank you, Passion, for your take on this. Appreciate it. I just think that if they discrediting people that actually had experiences, I think was wrong. But they thought a society collapse was going to happen. But it's important for the truth to eventually be revealed. In my opinion. Sorting machines. The summer of 1952 saw more than 20-fold rise of normal rate of reported, included 2 extensive July sightings unveiling Washington, D.C. This marked the increased sightings had diverse effects. A component of USAF intelligence considered that the UFOs were interplanetary spaceships which were about to make closer contact. To prepare for public for this possibility, 41 previous classified reports were released for publications between August 5th, 1952 and February 1953. These reports contracted the earlier official USAF policy of dismissing the reports as misidentifications, etc. On the other hand, CIA regarded the summer of UFO activity as a threat to national security, mainly because of the resulting Crowdio. Oh, hey, Frog, you jumped back in. Welcome. A threat to national security, mainly because of the resulting Prodeo communications and defense forces involvement lessened the level of national alertness against possible enemy attacks. A scientific panel chaired by the H.P. Robertson was conveyed by the Office of Scientific uh, Intelligence of the CIA during the mid-January 1953 for purposes of recommending future action of the UFO problem. Briefings were made both by the CIA and USAF. ATIC personnel showed that the classified two most famous UFOs early results of statistical analysis of 3,200 reports because the vital issues involved the panel felt restricted, recommended the investigation of the continued by increased personnel and equipment. The USAF responded purportedly with instructions to comply with these recommendations. Can you search the released files by date or even or as random? I think that you can. They do have names. The files have names in them they can be searched for, like through the internet. But I don't really see a database in there to search. Like the Epstein files, you could just kind of put in. You could type something in, and something comes up. It doesn't really seem like that. But I have to like look again. But you could definitely. The files have names that can be searched for. My pleasure, Lori L. And CIA, however, report February 16, 1953 showed a preference to publicity, abundance in the investigation of whistle that intensifying the collection of data. By September 1953, the CIA position had been largely achieved with Project Blue Book, reduced from a staff of the 10 qualified personnel operating at a top secret level of virtually inactive project involving the airmen. The investigating component had been transferred into 462nd Air Intelligence Services Squadron, which was trained in rapid intelligence procurement and reported to the Air Defense Command, USAF Intelligence Washington, rather than Blue Book. Direct access between 462nd, 462nd, and AISS USAF units was authorized by AFR 200-2, whereas previously this privilege had been given to Blue Book, although only the Airman First Class remained. In September 1943, Blue Book was later built up to one of the officer of sergeant on security, a part-time consultant. Dr. J. Allen Hynek stating about this level until it was closed down in December 1969. During this time, Blue Book served mainly as the means of supplying unclassified summaries of UFO identifications in the public and did not form a vital link into the collection or serious analysis. Control of public awareness of UFO stations was tightened by using JANAP 146 of 1953, which prohibited the service personnel from discussing UFOs by threatening the defaulters with up to 10-year goal, up to $10,000 fine when service personnel retired. However, it was possible revival of USAF attitudes or opinions even if the actual data was still restricted. In this way, many intelligence officers associated with UFO problem included Major D. Fornett, who was Blue Book Project officer, and the Pentagon until the late 1952, and the Captain E. Repluit. Oh, thank you, Lori. I didn't, wasn't aware of that. It was jail, okay. And when service personnel resigned, however, it was possible to reveal the USAF attitudes, opinions, even if actual data was still restricted. In this way, many intelligence officers associated it with UFO problem, including Major D. Fornett, who was Blue Book Project, and the Pentagon until 1952. It's an old spelling, okay. Thanks. Captain E. Repluit headed the Project Grunge and Project Blue Book until September 1953, and Admiral Helen Ockerter, who directed the CIA from inception until October 1950, on retiring from the services. All publicly stated that the U.S. government knew UFOs were extraterrestrial, but was withholding this fact from the public. The National Investigation Committee Aerial Phenomenon NICAP was formed in 1956 to counter the publicly suppressed USAF investigation of UFOs. The first chairman was Admiral D. S. Fernie, who had directed the Navy's guided missile program from its inception. Apparently, Admiral Major Keyhole. I see you there, Duke, with a hamster. General Wedmere, and now I see the skunk and the. Let's see, it's a little small. I think it's a. I can't even really tell what that is. I know it's kind of small. And there's Claude. It's an otter. Okay. All right, challenging the style of USAF reporting before and after the panel meeting, Project Blue Book. Its existence as public distribution was made, however, for a so-called summary, which the fact it did not summarize nor scarcely allude to the 1947-1952 data, but concentrated the 1953-1955 reporting sitch was clearly designed to reduce the residential knowns and insignificant number, no matter how senseless the identification became. Within the body of the difficult to obtain report, there is interesting diagram, the product of the estimated observer reliability and report reliability became the sighting reliability. The percentage of reports that had been registered unknown and incapable of being even approximately identified as known object increased, the sighting responsibility improved. Conversely, the percentage listed insufficient information decreased with the improving reliability. Throughout the years of UFO phenomenon, there has been persistent form of official pronouncements of which state that the percentage of unknowns would be reduced if more data were available. The above table contradicts that statement, reports excellent probability. Some pilots, scientists, surveyors, meteorologists, radar operators, complete with instrumented values, accurately detailed accounts, the introduction of a good reliable reporting prevents the ready Prozac interpretation and the probability of the overall average percentage of unknown would have been subsequently increased if the data had been more reliable. Project Blue Book consulants statistically tested that the unknown object propulsion to determine the likelihood that it was similar to the population of the identified objects and found the probability less of in the 10 to 28th power. Passion said, fascinating chain of custody with the National Archive documents. It was made public here in Australia first, and then people over on your end used that fact to create a loophole disclosure. Oh, okay. Thanks for the uh, recap about that. Yeah, I was wondering how it got all the way here. It's like they conveniently just slid it through for a loophole. It's like that loophole was used, the disclosure loophole. Its existence, public distribution was made, however, of a so-called summary which the fact did not summarize nor scarcely allude to 1947 to 1952 data, but concentrated in 1953-1955 reporting, which was clearly designed to reduce the residual knowns to insufficient numbers, no matter how senseless identification became. Apparently, our shorter timelines for declassifying documents creates issues all the time for you guys. Secrecy. Yeah. Yeah. That's very true. Yes, here. Within the body of difficult to obtain reports, there is interesting diagram. The product estimate observer reliability report reliability of the sightings and percentage of reports had to be registered as unknown. Incapable of being even approximately identified as known object, increased the sightings reliability improved. Conversely, the percentage listed insufficient formation decreased with improving reliability. Throughout the years of the UFO phenomenon, there has been a persistent form of official uh, pronounce pronouncements, which release the Kraken, pronouncements which state that the percentage of unknowns would be reduced if more data were available. The above table contradicts the statement. Reports of excellent reliability generally stem from astronomers, pilots, scientists, and surveyors, meteorologists, complete with values accurately detained and probably are knowns of 19.7%, have been substantially increased if the data had been more reliable. Project Blue Book consultant statistically tested for the unknown object population to determine the likelihood that it was similar to the population identified objects and foundations that probability was less than 1 in 10 to 28 power. System, the odds were 10,000 trillion. Whoa. System, the odds were that 10,000 trillion to 1 against the unknowns being same as the knowns, since the consultants had the attributorily called the green fireballs and short durations and less than 5 seconds. At night, the sightings as known astronomical objects, there was undue preponderance in that category, hence assuming that the no astronomical objects were left to the unknowns. The statistical tests were repeated with the astronomical identifications removed. The odds were reduced to 10 trillion to 1. The analysts could not find a way to reduce these odds sufficiently further to warrant additional testing and irrationally considered the results to be inconclusive. So basically, a whole latra scientific honey to say nope, it ain't from this planet. 10 trillion to one. It's the scientific way to say not no, but hell no. While Project Blue Book endeavored to reduce the official number of unknowns in 1957, they claimed only 14 out of 1,006. The sightings remained unidentified to convert program expanded considerably. The government agency, almost certainly CIA, that had been collecting data on UFO performance propulsion methods during the 1948 to 1952 presumably influenced the U.S. government funding of certain advanced projects. One project was Canadian Avro saucer. A drawing of the saucer was released in October 1955. Showed a typical flying disc as described in many UFO reports. The Secretary of the Air Force, D.A. Quarles, appeared moderately confident that such a vehicle would be sufficiently developed by the U.S. A more astounding decision on the part of the U.S. government was to allocate considerable funds and investigative gravity, a means of controlling in gravity, despite the fact that science not only attained a level of competence to direct with either gravity or anti-gravity problems. The only theory is that might be acceptable was Einstein's Einstein's unified field theory, which still incomplete at the time of his death. The U.S. chose to support the six universities and government agencies in all the drive to conquer the problem. It is significant that at this time, the occurrence theories on UFO propulsion were a mixture of gravity-controlled of electromagnetic propulsion. Confidence in Canadian concept art, you never hear it today. Of course not. No, and Lori Love said, "What do you think, if anything, does missing scientists have to do with this disclosure?" Okay, very good question. So, with the missing scientists, these are the two possibilities. Number one, the scientists figured out something or they're going to expose something about UFOs or about anti-gravity technology. And for whatever reason, they were deleted from civilization because of that. I could maybe say a third reason. I'd say three reasons. You know what? There's actually four. So so it's possible they knew something about this anti-gravity, extraterrestrial technology, and they were just taking out the picture. Now, there's other scientists that were part of the group of scientists that went missing that knew about another planet. This dude that knew, one of the scientists knew about another planet that was kind of like Earth, and he was like shot in front of his house. So they knew things that they didn't want to be released. And there is one of the female scientists, she was talking about a lot of things about alien disclosure, about they're trying to censor the truth, and she was taking out the picture too. So it might be they're trying to do censorship of some kind. The second reason, you might go, what other reasons could there possibly be, alien? So the reason why there is these other reasons is that it's possible they're working on anti-gravity projects or a secret government project with the aliens or something like that, and they completely wiped them off the face of the earth. They completely just wiped them, erased them from our existence. But they're really still alive, working on a secret government program. This is reference to, the Roswell, not Roswell, but to the Manhattan Project. And the reason why, you may ask me, why did they are going to erase their identity, alien? But the Manhattan Project was to build the atomic bomb during World War II to end the war with Japan. And when they're working on very, very secretive sequester projects, they want to hide them somewhere for their own good and identity. The alleged Serpo incident with Serpo, when they went to the planet Serpo, that incident was also they erased them completely from society, the astronauts that went there. So that might be the reason they're disappearing, is that they're working on a secret alien project or something with the reverse engineered technology or something else entirely irrelevant to aliens. The third reason might be, which is maybe not, I don't really think this is not necessarily true, but either a syndicate or a foreign country took them out or kidnapped them, which I don't really think is likely, but it's possible. Because not Virginia, but Guthrie, that Savannah's mother was kidnapped for no reason. So and maybe they knew something that they don't want to be exposed to the public. And McCaslin was close to the place where Epstein's ranch. Doesn't mean anything, but he was close to that ranch. And it's irrelevant to this, but yeah, he was close to it. Now, every single one of them, all their belongings were in a secluded area in the middle of nowhere. Their keys, their wallet, whatever, and they just vanished. So that shows that it wasn't a random abductions or assassinations, but it was them doing it on purpose because they're going off grid for some reason. And then the really far out one is that aliens abducted them. So those are a variety of different scenarios about how it has to do with disclosure. But the silver lining about how it has to do with disclosure is that they know a lot about anti-gravity, and they're very involved with the alien conspiracy stuff. So that is why they have to do with disclosure, and in general, they're very intelligent scientists that were essential to our government too. Now, there's scientists in China too that are disappearing. So it's a global thing about the scientists disappearing, and nobody knows what's going on here. So, and I will say another factor here is that we may not even really know what the truth is. I'm just giving you speculations about what it might be. Yes, Lori D, absolutely. All right. During 1955, because insufficient staff could be recruited for the project, recourse was made to an urgent appeal for theoretical physicists in mathematical form. UK, the 6 gravity research centers being established were the Institution for Advanced Study in Perception, Princeton University. Of Indiana. So University of Indiana, Purdue University. The Research Foundation, University of North Carolina, Massachusetts Institution of Technology, through Roger Babson, Gravity Research Institute, the New Boston NH. The Letter Institute is the non-profit organization founded in 1949 with George M. Rideout as president. It was believed that to make the gravity motor a gravity differential was required, which necessitated the discovery of the insulator, deflector, or the absorber of gravity. By 1955, the 485 essays had been written on the subject, and awards totaling the $10,800. That's a lot in our currency now. Made the original contributions. Yes, President Rideout's epic. Yeah. Scientists involved included the teller from University of California, Oppenheimer, and F.J. Dyson of the Institute of Advanced Studies, J.A. Wheeler, and Richard Arnowitz of Princeton, Vaclav Halveti, University of Indiana, with Einstein in Prague, and Stanley Desert. The objective was control gravity. During 1955, the following firms entered into gravity and our electromagnetic programs. The Glenn L. Martin Aviation Co., specifically Dr. B. Heron from the Göttingen University, and Dr. P. Jordan from Hamburg University, Convar in San Diego, Bell Aircraft of Buffalo, Sikorsky Division of Lear Inc. of Santa Monica, Clark, the Electronics of Palm Springs, California, and Sperry Gyroscope Division of Great Neck, Long Island, New York. Such an intensive onslaught of the gravity enigma was entirely rational from the standpoint of the conventional science, and can only be rationalized within the context of the firm belief that UFOs were real and that the intelligence behind them knew how to control gravity. The drive to hardness is power before the USSR could do so would be strong incentive for the US government to fully support an anti-gravity program. By 1966, 46 separate projects of this nature were being financially supported, of which were under the supervision of the US Air Force. And although details of the most of these projects have been kept classified, it would appear that generally they would have been successful. Work on gravitational waves by J. Weber and his associates under USAF, Cambridge, Research Laboratory Jurisdiction. Oh, so Lori D. This is wild. So they have research laboratory jurisdiction instead of subject matter jurisdiction. Wow. Imagine a Brooks saying research laboratory jurisdiction. Has been reported fairly extensively since 1966. It's terrifying what fear can make people do. Fear of the USSR. Yeah. Fear is a motivator. It can definitely motivate people into doing things. During August of 1965, Project Blue Book received 262 reports, which was about 6 times the average number of the month and twice any previous month since November 1957. On 28 September 1965, Major General Lee Bailey, Director of Information, formally requested the Air Force Scientific Advisory Board to review the Project Blue Book. The review suggested that limited Project Blue Book staff and the official investigating officers did not possess the technical competence to purportedly identify the phenomenon, and university teams should be appointed to investigate the selected sightings. This concludes the supported by the House of Armed Services Committee, which met that April 5th, 1966, in the shadow of the public foyer, consequent of USAF identifying the will of publicized Michigan sightings as being swamp gas. Colorado University was selected for tasks of Dr. Edward Condon, appointed to the lead project with initial allocations of 313,000, later raised 525,000. 313,000, 525,000. Colorado project became discredited when Dr. Condon stated publicly on January 25, 1967, that my attitude right now is that there is nothing to it, but I'm not supposed to reach a conclusion for another year. The rev clinging of memorandum outlining a method to trick the public combined with general dissatisfaction at the Condon's base attitude led dismissal of registration of much of the staff after most of the investigations had been made, but not completely written up. The final reports of 965 packages lacked the coherence Condon's of conclusions were at the variance with individual staff conclusions, although only Condon's conclusions were publicized. As a result of the Condon report, USAF closed down the Project Blue Book shortly before the American Association for the Advancement of Science held the specific mention of the counteract the effects of the Condon report. The chairman of the special committee of Dr. Thornton Page was one of the signatories of the Robertson report. Dr. J. Allen Hynek, scientific consultant of Project Blue Book, 1948 to 1969, began his association with a conviction that all sightings could be conventionally explained. Even though doubts grew in his mind, he found himself obliged to support the official USAF public policy. Since 1966, however, he had become more outspoken against USAF attitude, and his assisted convey both congressional hearings and scientific symposia of the subject. Although initially supporting the Condon Committee, he became delusioned at the critical of it, and with the passage of time, it is quite clear that Dr. Hynek, along with many other reputable scientists, do not accept USAF explanation of misidentification hysteria or decorate the directive of the Air Force intelligence and the components of the RAAF that a responsible for analysts of all official reporting of the unidentified flying objects. At no stage has there been more than one part-time official allocated this task. Initial investigations report is often undertaken by part-time investigator from nearby Air Force bases. The RAAF admits that its interest lies solely in the area of stir deference and a lacks of both interest of competence. Consider the scientific aspects. A 1957 request for the Scientific Intelligence section of JIB to accept the UFO responsibilities rejected by JIB. In 1968, the Department of Air stated that the intended to take up further questions to Commonwealth departments, e.g., Defense Supply, Education, Science, Prime Minister Department, etc., to whether some other Commonwealth agency is better placed to assume responsibility for unidentified flying objects. At the same time, we would maintain our interests in the matter and work with other Commonwealth agencies who consider to be more appropriate as ordinating agencies for the Commonwealth as a whole. There does not appear to have any fulfillment of this intention to seek the Commonwealth assistance. In support of the RAAF's admission of scientific disinterest, an identification list of all sightings made between 1960 and 1965 contains 15 unidentified identifications of Venus, not of which was valid. In every case, Venus was in a totally different part of the sky, not even the horizon. Out of 37 meteor identifications, only 9 could possibly be meteors. Even several of those cases would be dreadful. This offhand, unscientific attitude identification did not escape the notice of the press or various scientists. In general, the RAAF attitude has been guided by the USAF public release, which were aimed at the allying public interests by denying reality of UFOs. Consequently, most of the Australian reports were given to identifications without a great cornerstone for a rational correlation. Most investigators and collectors regarded their UFO tasks as intrusion of their more legitimate tasks. As a result, there has been a negotiable scientific analysis of the data. Most opinions expressed by DAFI have been largely reflection of the USAF public attitude, with the present reduced staff of DAFI. It is unlikely the UFO reports will receive any treatment beyond filing if Australia is to follow the U.S. lead instead of following the public USAF attendance. It would be preferable to follow the USAF CIA rule in concentrating on gathering knowledge of the power source involved. However, it may be preferable act to independently of U.S. initiate program that is scientifically sound and intellectually honest toward unraveling the UFO mystery. In such venture, it will be worthwhile working somewhat closer to the public than usual with US and UK. Arnold's sighting of 9 saucers creates a public interest. Chronological, yeah, it's a nothing personal is taken. Right. Investigations Intelligence Center of Air Material Command. At Wright Patterson Air Force Base near Dayton, Ohio, internationally Soviet advanced aircraft were suspected. This is at 2447. All right, and then the next day, a few days later, National Security Acts creates both USAF and CIA. Interesting. After the alien sighting happened, they created the USAF and the CIA. Twinning, similar to Twinningsty, AMC requested that the Commander Army Air Force to issue an authority priority and code for the investigation of flying discs. Preliminary conclusions by AMC that the phenomena were real and not visionaries or fictitious of the object were mostly distinct shaped about the size of a man-made aircraft and were interestingly controlled any U.S. attempt to design aircraft off the similar performances would costly, time-consuming the terminal other projects. Investigations by AMC would continue pending further advice. Authority given to AMC to investigate the phenomena on a priority. The basis under the codename project sign maximum classification was redacted, was restricted. Reports were to be made quarterly and data exchange with interests and parties. This is a timeline of events, by the way. USAF officially separates from the service. Project Sign starts officially. Near collision between DC-3 and UFO prompt ATIC write the estimate of the situation. The top security estimates was forwarded by the Pentagon, and the conclusion that UFOs were interplanetary origin was not acceptable to the Air Force Chief of Staff Vandenberg, who insisted that demonstrated proof that the circumstantial evidence ATIC was unable to provide UFO hardware or detailed photographs. Dr. G.E. Lipp of the RAND Corporation replied to Director of Researcher of the Development of USAF that if the flying objects were interplanetary, they would most likely originate from Mars, although intelligent life was known, it would be, quote, more occupied with several. Okay. Originated from Mars, although intelligent life, as we know it, would be, quote, more occupied with survival than we are on Earth. Our present technology cannot conceive how interstellar race could reach Earth, even though it is concluded that there is a high probability that intelligent life does exist within, say, 16 light years from Earth. USAF orders Project Sign to be Project Grudge, which should terminate before the end of 1949. Final report of the project. Sign TR 2274IA of the Technical Intelligence Division recommended that only a minimum effort be devoted to recording the analyzing and evaluating reports, but on the other hand, were factual. Evidence such as the photograph radar, physical evidence, and data on the size of the shape is involved. Every effort should be made to collect this evidence. Radio alerts to other military units should be made. Project Sign officially became Project Grunge. According to the repellent Sign personnel, either volunteered or were compelled to leave, after which they were replaced by personnel willing to ridicule the concept of UFOs. During 1949, Grunge personnel did not follow up reports. Secret technical reports. Unidentified flying object, Project Grunge, about 600 pages issued with conclusion that all reports were the results of misidentifications, mass hysteria, and hoaxes, even though they admit 23% of the reports. Good night, Lori Love. Take care. Thanks for hanging out with us. Reports of unknown. The reports was declassified in August 1952. Department of Defense news release stated that the Air Force's flying saucers project had been terminated. Publications of the report previously cleared by the U.S. Army described the tracing of a UFO on an official team led by Commander McLean Whitestand's missiles, providing ground promotion. The tracking data, it was concluded that the UFO required an extraterrestrial origin. On learning that the ATIC was investigating the UFO reports, the USAF Director of Intelligence ordered the Project Grunge to be revolutionized. This was acted upon at once. Project Grunge, now headed by Captain Rappel. Project Grunge remained Project Blue Book by the stage of the staff and had built up to 10, all which top secret clearance and highly qualified research groups and consultants provided expertise. Part of Project Stork, this research group started transcribe onto IBM cards for future analysts. The Air Force Letter 2005 ordered the USAF unit to wire UFO reports direct to ATIC with a company to Pentagon Project. Blue Book was permitted to contact any UZAF unit directly, allowing rapid investigation. During 1948 to 1951, the average monolith number of report was 15, but during June, July, and August of 1952, the average was 337, included 536 during July. The UFOs were not only seen in greater numbers, but there was greater number of reliable witnesses. Several sensitive atomic energy commission plants and defense units were subjected to close approaches. Defense communications were being overloaded, and there were fears that U.S. reaction time against the enemy action was being hindered. The two series of radar visuals sighted over Washington National Airport, Capitol, the White House, electrified nation as result as the upstring of the interests in scientific and military circles. The interplanetary hypothesis gained ground despite official efforts to explain away the sightings. The USAF started releasing the Attic reports, UFO major K-hole of the publication. This was completely unexpected change in policy. The contents of these reports refuted the public pronouncements made. The USAF, in addition to USAF spokesman, agreed that the attempt to explain the Washington sightings due to anomalous propagation could not be upheld. CIA agreed for government scientists to meet in the ATIC for 3 days as planetary review panel to decide as recommendations for a higher level of panel of the 6 scientists. The official scientific intelligence CIA conveyed in Washington, D.C., a panel of 6 scientists, H.P. Robertson and Samuel Page, and after 3 days of evidence, 2 pages of secret reports that was direct threat to national security, but there was an indirect threat to the, quote, orderly functioning of the projective organs of the body, politic. It was recommended that the special stational that they had been given advanced to the public accordingly. CIA issued a larger but still secret report of the meeting summarized of the 8.5-day sessions and outlining a panel members, individual viewpoints, and a lack of artifacts of clear extraterrestrial origins, with strong argument against the acceptance of the extraterrestrial hypothesis. The panel agreed that the CIA concerned that the enemy of the artifacts because misrectified U.S. personnel, that emergency reporting channels be overloaded, and that the public may have been vulnerable to the enemy's psychological warfare. Of public should be educated of recognized balloons, meteors, etc., and the public debunking should include in order to reduce public interests, and this training and debunking program would be required for a minimum of 1.5 to 2 years, and some expansion of the ATIC effort would certainly require to support such a program a professional staff of 12 supported by administrative staff was suggested. Section 3, Title 18 of Joint Army, Navy, and Air Force publication legislated that the services personnel in talking about UFO sightings were liable to 1 to 10 years ago. 1 to 10 years in jail, and fine up to $810,000. And they say Gale instead of jail. Air Force regulation removed investigation authority from Project Blue Book in favor of the Air Force Defense Command Intelligence Service Squadron, a unit over the commands and for rapid access remote areas intricate enemy personnel, and the Air Force requires immediate reporting to evaluate the threat, to detailed reporting to assist technical analysis, all written reports to sent the USAF intelligence and Washington mainland report, first doing the Defense Command for distribution of the intersected investigation agencies. To both these headquarters, the ATIC public to be informed of the results of individual cases when the quote the object positively identified as familiar objects. The headquarters of USAF will release summaries of evaluated data to the public. When the head of Project Blue Book departed from the staff, it was reduced to just the one-time airman. All instrumentation plans had been negotiated except for the fraction camera, which had been shown to be useless. The distribution of 275 different rating cameras was completed. Airline pilots at the meetings of the Roosevelt Hotel, Hollywood, were coerced to military intelligence using the Janpa 146 to agree to not informing the public at their sightings and confine their reporting to official channels. The USAF Chief of Staff, General Nathan Twining, stated that the best Orans of the Air Force are working to this problem of unidentified flying objects, trying to solve this riddle. In general, Twining was referred to Project Blue Book. Deputy Commander of the Intelligence of ATIC, Colonel Omer, stated that the more than 1,000 people were working on the problem. The William P. Lear, chairman of the Lear Inc., Santa Monica, stated that because of the flying saucers, serious efforts were being made in the U.S. to prove the existence of anti-gravity forces. So then they revealed that the U.S. government had taken over the Canadian Avro flying saucer project. This airfoil powered by jets and designed to take off, land vertically, hover, travel 1,500 miles per hour, and direction rapidly. The design specifications for performance and shape were clearly directly related to UFO reporting. The project was started in 1951 to 1952 and 1954 after $400,000 had been spent. The Canadian government withdrew its financial backing when U.S. assumed the control over the project, imposed a high level of security presenting over Canadian officials from the inspecting the premises at the press release out of 25 October 1955. The special report number 14 photographs of the drawing of the proposed version showed typical flying discs. Release of Project Blue Book, Special Report Number 14, dated May 5, 1955. The report was originally compiled of Project Blue Book research consultants, analysts, 3,200 reports out of 4,000 received by the end of 1952. These results were used as the brief Robertson panel in the Jan 1953 to this basic 316-page reported that the 3-page so-called summary has been added to dealing with mainly with 1953 to 1955 period and dismissing UFOs as mainly misidentifications. More unconfirmed conclusions of the main report were concealed. The 100 copies of the main report, a restricted non-public basis, was destroyed by RAF 1959, and the misleading summary were freely available in press and public. Okay, let's see. First sanitized version of Robertson report released, the Inspector General of Air Force circulates the classified UFOs serious business in an effort to simulate and improve the reporting of UFOs. Investigating officers are equipped with Geiger counters as well as the Kimor binoculars sampling the containers. 146E invokes the espionage laws to prevent the reinventing of UFO data. Following August peak of night of UFO activity, the USAF Office Information requests to review a Project Blue Book. USAF Scientific Advisory Board Committee reviewed the Project Blue Book. Along the committee, and most identified were inadequate analysis, also accused of Blue Book of identifying the objects when evidence collected was to merge the unidentifiable. It was recommended that university contracts be made that more scientifically trained investigators be used. U.S. Congress House Committee on Armed Services recommends that the Project Blue Book reports the investigative United University contract. Dr. McDonald reads Robertson complete report, which had been declassified under 12-year rule. Robertson reported the reclassified second sanitized version of issues. AFR 80 to 17 replaces the APR 200 to transfers responsibilities for intelligence to research and development. 412 states that Air Force econs receiving suspected neutral UFO material will safeguard its prevent defacing or alternations which might reduce its value for intelligence examination analysis. Contract signed with Colorado University. The U.S. Congress House Committee on Science and Aero Astronauts held one symposium of UFOs that which for prominent scientists and testified in favor of UFOs being real and required intermediate investigating. Condon report published that Condon's conclusions were not supported by the staff conclusions. J. Allen Hynek's contract of scientific consultant UFOs at the USAF Project Blue Book not reviewed. Project Blue Book closed down. American Association for the Advancement of Science met at Boston to discuss UFOs. One outcome was the resolution of appealing Project Blue Book data release. Hey, that is the entire Australian archive. And all right, now at this point in time, this completes the deep UFO dive for this stream. And we'll do another one at some point. Okay. All right. So that was a good stream about the UFO files that have been released recently, and I'm glad we got into it. And appreciate everybody watching, listening that was here earlier, and thank you, Hash and Chat. See you on the next ones. I will be in the garden, most likely in the morning, at some point. And thank you all for coming, and peace. Does it work? There we go. Right here is a panda that is on the planet Serpo that I talked to you all about. So this is the panda on Serpo. By the way, we talk about pandas and stuff. So this is one of the new intro screens right here. So yeah, that's the planet Serpo, and it's a space panda.